o'clock. And so let us begin with our very jam-packed schedule. You will see on the screen our schedule for the day. It is extremely tight. I hope you went and got your lunch so that you'll be ready for our 10-minute, 15-minute break for lunch. Bishop Brookins, if you will provide us our prayer and greetings, or if you would like, Reverend Natalie is prepared to do so.
Good morning, everyone. God bless you. I am with you, and it is early once again. I'm excited about our jam-packed schedule, and I'm excited that the executive director is ready to be me. Praise the Lord.
Take that as your cue.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Bishop Brookins. We thank you so much for your leadership, and Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett. Let us pray. Most dear gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come together again as we do annually in order to grow in wisdom and our service and our work in you, God. For we know that only what we do for Christ will last, God. So we continue to trust you to bless us in the International Health Commission of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, God. We thank you for all the presenters that will be with us on this day, God. And we just look to you, God, to continue to give us direction. We pray this prayer in the name of Jesus. Amen and amen.
Good morning once again. It is our profound joy to be able to present to you just our the ministries of the Health Commission. I am going to present them in just linear form so that you can see them, know that they exist, can ask questions at another time. But I want to make sure that I have given the opportunity for Dr. Collins' presentation so that it can be done in its full length. And so our ministries thus far are HIV/AIDS, and you should be able to see my screen at this point. Yes, HIV/AIDS, caring for the caregivers, spiritual health, nutrition and exercise, mental health, ministry to those who are differently challenged, clergy and family health, communicable diseases and immunizations, chronic diseases. Our death and dying in hospice is one that if there are those who have expertise or passion, we ask that you please join that one, as it has not come to fruition yet. It is on our agenda of things we want to accomplish, but have not been able to do so thoroughly yet. You will have some help in that our chaplains, the Henry McNeil Turner Association, Chaplains Association, is going to be assisting us with that, with Reverend Addison. The next one is our disaster preparedness and response, and we are in the midst of hurricane season, flood season, wildfires, tornadoes. It used to be that we only had to worry about it about 3 or 4 months out of the year, but now it's 12 months around. So that ministry needs help. Substance abuse, addictions, and recovery is another one that we need assistance with, making sure that we are expanding and developing, as well as women's health. There is also, Sister Benny would be not like it if I did not mention, we also need help for our social media ministry so that all of the things that we do, we know about, are publicized in a consistent manner. We are doing so much these days that is just overwhelming for me, who primarily was responsible for it. Now we've handed it over to Benny, and she's getting swamped as well. So we need help. We need help with all of these. Every last one of them needs some assistance. Those ones that I called out now are the ones that we have not really launched as well as we would like to. Let me also add, under communicable diseases and immunizations, that ministry is where our COVID response task force lies. And you will see when we get to the end of the day, if you have not already seen it, the latest COVID update that we have, a statement that we have announced dated the 1st of June. The HIV/AIDS ministry, I want to stop and take a moment to celebrate the life and witness of Reverend Dr. A. Ovita Fuller, who transitioned to glory in November of last year. She was the initiator, the life and breath of this ministry all around the globe. Her trusted messenger ministry allowed us to be able to do things that we would never have been able to do. In addition to that, her work on the COVID FDA advisory boards helped us to be on the forefront of what was happening in terms of not only knowledge about what COVID was, but the vaccines in general. For everything she knew, she poured into us. I ask that we continue to call her name, that we continue to remember her work. Her work was not only as an immunologist, microbiologist, but she was one of us. She is one of us. Amy Clergy, itinerant elder, former pastor, and member of the Health Commission. Continue to call her name. I am going to transition to the Dr. Collins' presentation, who was unable to be with us this day due to her travel schedule, but she left us a PowerPoint with audio. So here we go. Let's see. Show all windows. Aha. I have too many screens open. All right. Now let's go to that out of the way. Slideshow. Beginning.
Good morning. I am Dr. Wita Collins. Collins. I am the Director of Disaster Preparedness and Response for the AME Church's International Health Commission. Good morning. I'm Dr. Wita Collins. I'm the Director of Disaster Preparedness.
All right, so I did something wrong. Let's try that again. show the beginning.
Good morning. I am Dr. Weta Collins. I am the Director of Disaster Preparedness and Response for the AME Churches International Health Commission. I'm Dr. Weta. Collins. The Department of Homeland Security and FEMA described disaster relief and response as a continuous cycle of planning, organizing, training, equipping, the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA describe disaster preparedness as a continuous cycle of planning, organizing, training, equipping, exercising, evaluating, and taking corrective action in an effort to ensure effective coordination during incident response. In essence, we're always continuing to prepare for a disaster. We're trying to get our things in order and trying to make sure that our churches and our communities are protected. During a disaster, as well as having the information to know what to do when a disaster occurs. There are generally 4 stages that we look at for disaster preparedness. The biggest stage and one of the major stages would be prevention. And that's something that we want to focus on a little bit more this year is prevention. And so certainly if those of you who are on this call or Zoom want to participate and become part of the team, we definitely want you there. But prevention is big, and it prevents future emergencies and minimizes their effects. We want to be prepared, and we want to have a response. And we want to have our responses planned prior to the events occurring as much as possible. It really makes it a lot less stressful, and you're actually able to mobilize and move quickly. And then the other is recovery. And this is something that is generally long-term. And I tell people that this is a marathon and not a sprint. The recovery phase certainly can take weeks, days, months, and sometimes even years to recover. But there is assistance through many of our partnerships, such as FEMA and the Red Cross. As I stated, preparation is really key. You have to do risk assessment. You want to be prepared. You want to have prepared checklists. And that checklist may vary depending on the area that you live in, the likelihood of certain natural disasters that may occur. And then there's some other disasters that we have to take a look at, such as mass shootings and fires. You have to have a plan of communication, always have an evacuation route, whether that evacuation route is from a building or a home, or is it evacuation from an area. And as we start talking about churches, we need to start thinking about what's the evacuation plan for the church or the congregation if you're in service, meaning what happens if there's a tornado that comes. What happens if there's a flash flood? What happens if there's a fire? What is the evacuation plan? How will you communicate that plan? And then after that, you still have to plan for comfort and safety, meaning after this incident has occurred, how will you remain safe? How will your members remain safe? What about financial stability? Because sometimes if you are at some banks that are regional or just specific to your area, if you have to evacuate, that can create a problem. So those are things that we have to start thinking about, and in part of your preparation, looking at your individual needs as well as the needs of the members of your congregation and community. Where you live plays a huge part of what your risks are and what you may be looking at. Certainly, a couple of years ago in Houston, we never thought that an ice storm or a winter storm would shut down this city because we're a southern area. However, it did. With global warming, there are things that we have to start thinking about that aren't in areas. I know that approximately 3 years ago, none of us believed that the world was shut down, but there was a pandemic. And outbreaks. And so now, depending on where you live, you have another concern that's going on. And that concern is wildfires and air quality. This has been a big discussion over the past week, and really about the past 2 weeks. And if you're in the Pacific Northwest, that has been a discussion for some time now. The wildfires and air quality have become a major concern for persons that are living in the northern areas of the United States, the southern parts of Canada, and definitely those states that are near the Canadian border. So the Pacific Northwest, such as Washington State, Oregon, they have definitely been having some concerns, and most recently, and this is a recent picture of New York City this week. New York City this week has had some of the poorest air quality in the world, secondary to the fires that are going on in Canada. Some of this areas of concern definitely has gone along the Eastern Shore and as far down as the Carolinas. As mentioned before, the Pacific Northwest, Michigan is also there, and California. I have California starred because California is a major area of concern for wildfires, not necessarily because of the Canadian ones, but simply because California has a lot of fires, and it is generally seasonal. So what are our risks of smoke inhalation from wildfires? Why is this such a big deal when we're speaking of air quality? And so it's not just that, oh, it's difficult to see through the smog or those types of things, and so that it may be causing more traffic and those, but you can have some serious illnesses secondary to inhalation from the smoke, from the things that are burning. Some of those particles from the fires can be toxic to the human body. They can cause inflammation. They can decrease your immune system function. And for those persons who already have certain chronic respiratory diseases like asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, emphysema, chronic bronchitis, congestive heart failure, this can trigger those illnesses, meaning making them worse. And because that can happen, you can see an increased number of visits to the hospital and healthcare facilities. You can be perfectly healthy and have injuries to your respiratory systems and possible cardiac function of otherwise healthy individuals. Certainly when you start injuring the respiratory system, the lungs, the esophagus, the nose, the mouth, all of those things, you have the increased chance of coming in contact with certain cancers or developing certain cancers, and also possibly death. This can also make you more likely to have a worse experience if you were to get pneumonia or pneumonitis, which is inflammation in the lungs, because this definitely will can cause that inflammation. And certainly we are still in a pandemic and COVID is still around, that if you happen to get COVID, you can definitely have a worse case because your immune system is already compromised, your lungs are already inflamed, and then we add on this viral load to that, which can increase your chances of having a not great course with the illness. So what can you do to protect yourself? Some of this is going to sound really familiar, and I know that, and it may be a trigger for some people, but it's time to pull back out those N95 masks. The N95 masks, understand that they are to capture particles, right? And so the same way that they were there to capture virus particles, they are here to capture these small particles that may be in the air secondary to these fires and some of the things that you may not see because of the fires. And specifically, it's recommended that you wear N95 masks because certain things, the gaiters, the little cloth things that we see people wearing, that's not going to be sufficient in this situation. We recommended that if you don't have to go outside, that you don't go outside, and that you limit your time outside because of the risk factors involved. No strenuous outdoor activity. A lot of people like to exercise outside and run and jog, and it's that time of season, and certainly we advise you to exercise and stay in good health. But right now, if you're in some of those high-risk areas, we're recommending that you don't do those things outside. HEPA filters, changing the filters in your home and in your churches. And then also remembering leaving the dust and particles outside of your home. If you're in those high-risk areas, then recommending that you take off your shoes, that when you come inside, that you disrobe and go on and wash those clothes and try to get them clean. I know this gives some similarities to when we had the initial beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, but we're in this situation now with still with particles and some things that you really can't see, and we want you to be protected. If you are unsure if your area or where you live is part of this, then you can also go onto the CDC's website, and it will give you information. You can go to your state public health department or your local public health department's website to see if you're in this area and for further recommendations. This is, we expect it to leave at a certain point. We don't know exactly when. They are estimating that there's going to be a front to come through with rain and wind, which will kind of help wash and push some of this away. And some of the rain is actually supposed to fall directly onto the wildfires and help extinguish them. So that will all be good. But in the meantime, we want you to stay healthy and to stay well and to do those things that are necessary to protect yourself and your loved ones. Again, even with the wildfires and with any disaster, you want to have a plan. If you have to take shelter from storms, especially things like tornadoes and those things, what's your safe space? If you have to shelter at home in case of hazards in the area, for instance, if these wildfires or some of the air quality decreases, you may be asked to shelter in place at home because of the hazards there. And essentially, with them asking that you stay inside, that is a little similar situation. Evacuation, again, of your neighborhood, evacuation of your home or your church, shelter for an earthquake. How will you care of your family during the pandemic or even during the storms? And do you have a designated meeting place? Do you have a designated group text? I would consider using some alternate communications. WhatsApp is a way to speak with people if you're not there. Also, social media. You can call people via Facebook. And so all of those may be things that you may have to consider especially if your phone is down or you're in a remote location. Please don't forget your medication during all of this, and you get real busy. Sometimes we forget, but try not to forget your medicine. Your homework for today is to make sure that you have a list of your medications with the dosage and strength in your phone, that you also email that list to yourself and share it with the contact. Do that today. You want to make sure that you have a survival kit, a car survival kit with some essential supplies and sanitation supplies, cooking tools, flashlight, first aid kit, and etc.
These next couple of slides we will mail to you. She has created a checklist for you to be able to download.
So making sure that the church is prepared for a disaster is a big deal. A lot of times we receive calls or indications that sanctuaries have been destroyed, and they can be destroyed by fire. We've had at least 2 within this past year that I've known of, that were not related to natural disasters, where the churches caught on fire and burned very quickly. We have other churches that have been injured or devastated because of natural disasters, with significant damage and significant loss. And so we want to be prepared for this as much as we can. So here are the 5 P's of what the church needs to do. We always need to start off with prayer, but we need to prepare, we need to proceed, we need to partnership, and we're going to trust God that He's going to provide. He always does, so this will be no different. But if you start working on those 5 P's, that one, we pray, that we prepare, and then if something happens, that we don't hesitate to proceed. Sometimes we find that pastors and congregations are hesitant to proceed during the disaster. Some of it is because they're in shock. Some of it is because, well, I don't want to do anything because we have in church an established protocol. But what I often tell people, if you don't proceed quickly, someone else is going to proceed before you. And by the time you make up your mind, those resources may not be there. And so we tend to try to reach out, or we ask that you reach out to us and let us know your needs and have a list and tell us, hey, this is what happened. This is what we need. This is what we're seeing in our community. This is the information we have from our congregation. Once we have that information, we are able to proceed and start doing some things on your behalf. We do need a person on the ground that is aware of that area to assist. And sometimes people are like, well, our church is really small and our members are older. But listen, your members are older, but if they can sit on a Zoom call for us sometime and listen to see what supplies some of our partners have, if your small church has a storage area where you can say, hey, we can't do a whole lot, but we can hold and store some of these things until it's time for them to be used, we would appreciate that. So there's a lot to do, a lot of partnerships. Nothing has to be heavy just on one person. The bigger the net we cast, the more people we involve, the lighter the work we have, and the more people that we can help and assist.
Reverend Lisa Hammonds, pastor of St. John, Nashville, Tennessee, after their tornado destroyed the tornado destroyed their church, provided these things as her advice. Review the church's insurance policy and riders, maintain an updated comprehensive content list, document. FEMA may provide compensation to pastors as a part of project management, but it needs documenting. Read every document that's given to you with a second party. Secure the church building, triage what is most important, pace yourself, take time for self-care, and be aware that grief is involved.
So here's your to-do list. If you are a pastor, trustee, or steward, or just a dedicated member, this is what we need you to do. We want you to make sure that your fire alarm and your carbon monoxide alarms are working. And change the batteries. If it's time to change the batteries, change the batteries. If you don't have a fire alarm or a carbon monoxide alarm, it's time to purchase one or more. I purchased a carbon monoxide alarm that you can plug into the wall on Amazon. And it was recommended. I'm in a group of physicians, and we start talking about disasters and preparation. And that was one of the things. And it even recommending that a lot of times we're going on vacations and those types of things, and people are renting out Airbnbs and not staying in your typical hotel or and those types of things, that you actually carry a carbon monoxide alarm with you that you can plug in into those areas. Locate your fire extinguisher. Again, you can purchase this on Amazon and or somewhere else at a hardware store where it is less expensive. But do you know where the fire extinguisher is at your church? Do you know where your fire extinguisher is at your home? Do you know how to work it? So we want you to start looking at those things and put this on your to-do list. But your to-do list, we want you to do this within the next 3 days, because we can say it and it's like, oh, that sounds good, but you will forget about it, and we want you to be prepared. The other big thing that we really want churches to do, and start making this part of your yearly routine. And maybe you can set a time that every year, the week after annual conference, we're going to review our insurance policies and make sure that they're up to date and that they're appropriate for our church's current status. We're going to look and see, do we need any additional insurance, or is there something that we can go under? But also, one of the important things is to take an inventory and a picture of all the church's property. The hymnals, how many hymnals do you have? How many pews do you have? What are they made of? Your pulpit, your lighting system, your sound system, the organs, the pianos, light fixtures, the forks in the kitchen, all of those things. Because if something were to happen, you're going to need that inventory for your insurance agent. You're going to need that inventory sometimes to know, well, this is missing. And if we get a donation, yes, we need those things. So we want you to go on and try to get that and make that a priority, really taking the inventory, taking pictures of the church's property so that you will have that up to date and that is easily accessible if the time should arrive.
Know what risks are in your area. Mudslides, earthquakes, ice storms, extreme temperature, hurricane or tropical storms, tornadoes, floods, pandemics, and outbreaks. Remember your prayer and preparation. Proceed with this list. And remember that partnerships are important.
Again, partnerships are really important. We are thankful for all of AME Church members and friends who have donated to our projects this year, who have assisted us. We could not have done this without you. We definitely still partner with other communities of faith, community organizations, the Red Cross, FEMA. We have been fortunate to be allowed to be invited by volunteer organizations active in disaster, and that's VOAD. I am encouraging you to encourage your bishop of your area or your presiding elder for your state or your district to join the statewide VOAD. This is where we have multiple organizations, multiple faith-based organizations, multiple donors that come in and share resources. And we have benefited from those supplies and that relationship, even though we are not an official member. And so we want to do that. And the way that we will have to do that is to try to have several states gain membership. And the membership isn't super expensive from a state location. Some are as low as $100. And you can speak with people that we've assisted in disasters. It is a big deal, and it puts you in contact with so many people and so many supplies where we have gotten diapers, we've gotten food, we've gotten generators, we've gotten people to come and put tarps on the roof. So it's really a big deal. We're also very thankful for All Healers Mental Health Alliance, because a lot of this that comes with disaster also comes grief, because there's been a lot of times a loss. There can be depression, there can be anger, and it helps to have a group to come in that understands and that the congregation can talk to, individuals can speak with, the pastor can speak with, and how to kind of navigate through this situation. So partnerships are important. We are asking that you partner with us during this time, and if you'd like to partner more with the disaster response team, we would appreciate it. The other thing that we're looking to do, it's the summer, as you go to the different conferences. We have general board meetings, we have the lay convocation, we have WMS quadrennial, YPD quadrennial, is that you start collecting those toiletries. A lot of times during disaster, toiletries are a big commodity, things like soap, shampoo. And we're going to these conferences and we don't generally use them, or we don't use them all. So we definitely want you to start collecting them. And if you can go by I know at the general board meeting we'll be there, and at the lay conference we'll also be there. And so if you go by the wellness room and drop those off to us, we'd be most appreciative. Please share that information with your family and friends as you continue to travel. But that's one way that we can start preparing. Sometimes we hear a lot about preparation and response, and we don't really know all of what's going on. And sometimes like, well, did we do anything, or what's going on there? Well, I know they asked for money. Well, what happened? Well, I wanted to share just a few examples, and this certainly isn't all inclusive of everything that has gone through this time period. I am lifting up a few of the more recent things. And also keep in mind, sometimes we receive donations when there isn't a disaster. And what I like is that if your church has some ongoing community outreach, if you let us know, if you all have a special ministry, let us know. Sometimes we get supplies and different things in different areas, and we can occasionally, the donor will deliver it to your doorstep. Sometimes they may say, hey, we have this in this area. Can someone come pick it up? And so we'd like to know that and have that to be aware of your various ministries so that when we have these donations, we can assist you. So one of our more recent ones was from the Red Cross, which is one of our partners. They gave us a call and they had some food service items that they wanted to donate. And they had 2 storage units with some food service supplies. And so what I generally do is that I look at several different places. I make phone calls and try to reach out to either the pastor of that ministry or to a contact. And essentially, a lot of it depends on if they are able to take, if it's something that they can use, if they have space for it, plays a big factor. And sometimes it comes down to who returns the phone call the quickest. So Red Cross has some food service supplies, and Calvary Fellowship in Brooklyn, New York has a soup kitchen. And so some of the items are going there. Greater Garth Chapel and Bethel AME in Dallas. Greater Garth has a Faithful Friday where they go out into the community and feed the persons that are unhoused, as well as just members near the church as part of their community. And so they are receiving some of this. Bethel AME is being great by assisting with storage, and will partner with Greater Garth Chapel with some distribution. We also, there were storms, tornadoes in Selma, Alabama in January. So we collaborated with FEMA, the Alabama and Georgia, VOAD, Red Cross, and worked with the pastor of Ward Chapel AME Church in Selma and the presiding elder there. We were able to get supplies to them. We set up a distribution site there, and that went really well. But a lot of our partners came in and helped donate supplies. One of the other things that we had was a large donation from Anheuser-Busch. And of course, Flint, Michigan was needing water. And so was Jackson, Mississippi. We found out, about Jackson, Mississippi after we received this donation. But a lot of times when we receive a really large donation, we'll send it to, if we can, to more than one site. And so the Daniel Payne Center in Birmingham, Alabama also does a weekly food ministry. So that was a good place to send the water. But what we also sometimes do is say, we sending you 51,000 cans of water. What we'd like for you to do is use at least half of that, because they have ongoing ministries. And that's something that we try to do is when we get things that are not during a disaster, is to put it in a place where it still can be used. We don't want things just sitting up in a warehouse. But we may give a small request, like use 25,000 cans of water. That you do that, however, but save at least half by a particular date, because if we have a disaster, we want to be able to mobilize part of that shipment. Well, that happened. After that, Jackson, Mississippi began to have some problems, and we knew that Bishop C. Wright was going to send a truck to Jackson, and the water was in Birmingham. And so we just asked him to put it on his truck and send whatever water that was left that had not been used by that previous ministry. So we are continuing to try to do those things. Another example of the partnership was with Hurricane Ian. And we're very thankful for Reverend Gay and Reverend Helen Jackson, who were our boots on the ground in Florida. But with that, their assistance, we were able to set up 4 distribution sites, AME distribution sites, for Hurricane Ian, meaning these were sites that where we received supplies, we asked what they needed, because you can't assume that each area needed the same thing. We asked what they needed, what their requests were. We tried to get that into them. And then we partnered with the Red Cross to make sure that they were getting any monies that were going to be distributed, that they knew of other resources that were there, that we connected them with FEMA. And so Mount Olive AME Church in Fort Myers, Florida, Bethel AME Church in Naples, Florida, Bethel AME Church in Punta Gorda, Florida, and Greater Mount Zion AME Church in Arcadia, Florida, all served as distribution sites. So I want to remind you, always cast a wide net. It doesn't just have to be your church. You can partner with other people. Cast those wide nets. Use your platform, social media, radio, television. Ask for help. Be inclusive. And just get ready for the work and the recovery. Again, the recovery is a marathon and not a sprint. And while you're doing all of this, please remember to take care of yourself. Eat, sleep, rejuvenate, accept assistance, and reach out to us. Thank you so much, and have a healthy day.
All right, everyone, we are now sufficiently behind schedule, but we are thankful to Dr. Collins for that very comprehensive presentation. What we shall do now is while we are still going on, I will place in the chat our that presentation. We are now blessed to have with us Mr. Andres Torres. Mr. Torres is and where are my notes? Mr. Torres is the Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships for the U.S. Department of Commerce. And he helps the participation of businesses, faith-based and community-based organizations as partners, assisting America's most underserved communities. It is our pleasure now to introduce Mr. Torres, who I met recently at a meeting, and he and I became good allies quickly. And he has agreed to be with us today to give us an overview of what the Department of Commerce has available for us, and to demonstrate for us how we can expand that brand new partnership that we are beginning to do. Mr. Torres, we are in your hands.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Burnett. It is such an honor. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today, and I'll make sure that you guys get back on schedule. No worries. This will be a very swift and brief presentation. As Reverend Dr. Burnett mentioned, I advise the Secretary on economic growth and job creation as it pertains to our most vulnerable communities. And in one sentence, the job is to get all these billions of dollars coming in from the bipartisan infrastructure law, from the American Rescue Plan, from IRA to our communities. It is not an easy job. We have to work hard to put our equities in front of the Secretary, the Deputy Secretary, but I do think that there is a special level of intentionality that I have not seen before in my work at State, at Treasury in the past, in this administration. It's part of our performance plans. It's embedded in every single notice of funding opportunity. And so we have to seize this time as it pertains to technical assistance, as it pertains to grants, as it pertains to trainings, and many other opportunities. So the Department of Commerce, many people don't know this, is an agency that produces immense amounts of data. And folks don't know what they don't know, to be honest. And my job is to make sure that folks understand, right, what the Census Bureau can do for them. This is free, right? Open source data, what the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration does for you and for your businesses, what the Minority Business Development Agency does for you and for your businesses. And so I approach things from the impactful partnerships aspect of the work between businesses, faith-based organizations, and community-based organizations. And so when I met with Secretary Raimondo, I said, ma'am, we can continue to do, the same speeches and drop-ins, right? And those play their purpose for amplification. But I said, imagine if we can go to each community, right? And ask them what's happening, what's wrong, what's not working, what's working, and identify, assess, and execute on those needs. And so she's like, okay, great, let's do this, right? And fast forward a year and a half later, we've been able to codify the office, bring it back to its feet, and we've been able to amplify all of these notice of funding opportunities, put together webinars, and we opened up now over 10 cohorts across the United States. We approach it in a regional stakeholder engagement strategic plan kind of way. And so I started with Florida because I'm from Florida. You start with what you know. And it has been amazing, guys, to see how people respond when you listen to them and what's actually working and not working on the ground. And my job primarily, aside from amplifying all of these NOFOs, all of these notice of funding opportunities and grants and resources, is to listen to you, right? And I turn every single piece of feedback that you guys provide into a memo to the secretary and the DepSec. And I say, ma'am, sir, here's where we can move the needle, right? This is not working for AMEC's, health ministries project on X and Y and Z policy issue. It could be affordable housing. It could be minority business development or coastal and regional preparedness, as we were listening from our previous presenter, which I thought it was amazing, by the way. I just didn't see partnership with commerce. You should definitely include the partnerships with commerce, because prior to a disaster, during a disaster, there is a specific protagonism from FEMA, right? And for the agencies that focus on disaster response. But after the disaster, what happens is that the Department of Commerce has a bureau called the Economic Development Agency. And those guys are the ones that help us recover and recover those regions after the disaster happens. And so we're able to pour in money to put together our community development centers, our cybersecurity centers, to protect our small businesses from Chinese and Russian hackers, right? And so there's a wealth of information that we need to be aware of. The word is clear: the just shall live by faith. But it's also true that faith without works is dead. And so my main call to you guys today is to understand the unique ecosystem that you have today, that I have today as a director. I can pick up the phone and call my counterpart, colleague, Marcus Coleman at FEMA. And I can say, hey, Reverend Dr. Natalie Mitchum, she needs help with X and Y issue. Can we put together a roundtable in her region? There's another Reverend Doctor in Georgia that they got pummeled by X and Y issue. Can we put together a team with HHS, with FEMA, and with the Department of Education to come and talk to that community and address those issues and provide the resources that we have, the wealth of resources that we have? And so that's the unique ecosystem that I also want to bring to your attention this morning. And so let me now give you some examples, right, of what I've seen in action. What does it look like on the ground? The other day, we met with over 250 families at Martha's Table in one of the most impoverished neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. And we were able to sign them up through the Black Churches for Digital Equity project and initiative for the Affordable Connectivity Program, right? So I saw those grandmas and grandpapas sign up for 75% to 100% reduce internet bill. And to me, that is actual change. That is a deliverable, right? That we can walk home with. And we can replicate that for every single other project that we're on, whether it's minority business development or whether it is climate resilience work or whether it is access to data and innovation. Let me give you another example now for our youth who so desperately need it, right? Imagine if we get our USPTO team more and more with your help, and Dr. Reverend Burnett is going to help me put that. She's going to tell you more after this about what we're planning for the Youth Summit in September here at Commerce. But imagine if our young African-American inventors, Latino AAPI inventors, and entrepreneurs can learn how to patent and trademark their inventions. That's how we uplift our communities for real, so that other folks, we're not gonna, say names, don't steal their intellectual property. And you probably know many entrepreneurs out there that have invented things and they haven't been recognized for those inventions. There's another example. When the hurricane happened in Florida, there are many, right? Last season, instead of waiting to being reactive, we try to be proactive. Thanks to this community, these partnerships that the former presenter talked about, we're able to come together and assess before the things happen, what worked and what didn't work in the last cycle. So one of the things that we realized with those poor displaced families from Puerto Rico is that they did not get placed in buildings that had access to food. There were food deserts or access to jobs. The closest, job they could apply for was like 3 miles away. So these are little things that you get to hone in and iron out as you move forward. There are many examples. I've given you 3 from these 3 main topics that I focus on, which are access to data and innovation, minority business development, and climate resilience work. But there are many, many other examples. As I continue to peel the onion in this large Department of Commerce, 50,000 employees, I have a team of interns and volunteers and veterans helping me, go through every single one of the grants so that I can bring to you the very best, right? So I do want to leave time for questions because I know you guys have tons. Reverend Burnett, Dr. Burnett, please help us with that.
Please, thank you very much. And I do recognize that you have another meeting that you must attend and must leave to go. So we'll do just 1 or 2 questions. Already in the chat is a statement about the cable and internet providers, internet assistance. Can you tell us how to access that? And also what I'm going to ask is that you provide for me a link or something, email that I can get out to everyone regarding all of the benefits.
100%. Excellent question. So our friends from NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, will be so happy, right, to shower you with the wealth of knowledge and resources. There's $48 billion with a B coming in for high-speed internet connectivity across the country. And within that, we fought really hard, not just for access, which is easy, but for affordability. And so we want to make sure that the money that was assigned by Congress for equity, for digital equity, gets to you guys, right? And so let's work together. We have to build momentum. There are going to be things that are low-hanging fruit, like putting together these roundtables that I'm going to invite you to, and the Youth Summit and the partnership summits that we're putting together for this year. And they're going to be long-term issues such as this big lifts, right? That we can come in as a community and say, hey, EDA, like this community is suffering. How can we build together a consortium to bring, $10 million, $50 million, $20 million to uplift, in terms of regional development? Actually, let me give you an example of that. The Economic Development Agency is putting together, write this down, a Tech Hubs NOFO, a Tech Hubs Notice of Funding Opportunity. And it's going to be an award amount of up to $500,000 per applicant. There is $10 billion assigned to this over the next 5 years. And these are designed to drive regional technology and innovation-centric growth by strengthening a region's capacity to manufacture, to commercialize, and deploy critical technologies. So they're going to invest directly in regions that, with the assets, resources, and capacity and potential to transform into a globally competitive innovation center. And so these applications are going to be made by consortia. So there are guidelines for required membership. These include partnerships with institutions of higher learning, such as your local HBCU, tribal or minority serving institution. So let's connect you to that, right? Instead of you wasting your time and going through, who knows how many hours of emails and websites, my job is to link you up directly to the head honchos at EDA. So use us, for that opportunity. Same thing with NTIA. Instead of wasting your time going through the website, I can have put together an email, a meeting between you and them, and so on and so forth with all the other bureaus. Same if you need a connection with the White House, you need them to know about something. This is how we build momentum. Use us as yet another pressure point in whatever policy issues that your regions want to drive forward. So that was a long answer, but next question.
Thank you very much. If someone is interested in helping and assisting us with that, please email me. I'll drop my email into the chat, or just drop it into the chat now. We are going to be looking for someone to take the lead for us. Even though my minor is in computer science in undergrad, those that know how old I am know that it's a long time ago. There was another question in the chat, and that was, what's being done for seniors to repair their homes and what grants are available for them?
That's a great question. So two things, right? So the Economic Development Agency that I just mentioned, they do this, right? But they do this via the power of the unity of the nonprofit organizations, right? The nonprofit arm of your ministries. Once you guys come together with enough force, like, 10, 15 of you guys in partnership with your local HBCU, we can advocate together, right, for reconstruction. EDA builds things, right? They do roads, they do sewages, they do all these systems that are necessary to empower a community for economic development, if that makes more sense, right? So they don't deal with individuals directly the way that our Minority Business Development Agency does, but we can also talk about that, right? The Minority Business Development has the first ever African-American undersecretary. That's third in command after the secretary and the DepSec. And so he's managing this past 2 months, they rolled out $100 million capital readiness program because our communities don't have access to capital in the way other folks do. So it's important for you guys to build this long-term relationship with me so I can keep you aware. Even if you didn't make it to this fiscal year's opportunity, you'll be in the queue for the next one. You see what I'm saying? That is the importance of this partnership and this relationship. And I work in partnership with VOAD, right? Someone asked about VOAD in the chat, and they are a national voluntary organization active in disaster. They were founded 50 years ago in response to challenges with disasters, right? And so we partner with them, with DHS, FEMA, HHS, so that when these things hit our communities, we can address them the right way. It is interesting. So more about the work I do. Folks come from the administration and usually they go to our communities at the end of the conversation. My job is to bring you guys at the beginning while they're building the policies, while they're ironing out these no-fos so that they know how to better serve you. We need to change, that paradigm. We need to be brought in at the beginning of the conversation. Where do folks go when there's a divorce or there's a disaster? They go to the pastors, their ministers, their communities of faith. And so if we're that important, we're not going to let them, pay attention to us at the very end as an afterthought. We're going to change that. And that requires good organizing.
Thank you so very much. What I do recognize the time. What we're going to do is set up a Zoom meeting with you. I maybe even be able to come down to DC with a delegation, and so that we can get more specific about how we move forward together. In the meanwhile, can you give us the website? Just drop it in the chat so that people can begin to look at the website while we formalize this partnership that we will be moving forward. There was a question about EDA. EDA does stand for Economic Development Agency, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I put a heart next to that comment. That is correct. And I'm gonna drop the eda.gov so you guys also check them out.
Dr.
Excellent.
Burnett,
Yes.
Sir, thank you for this awesome presentation and
Absolutely.
the opportunity for the partnership to be enhanced. You mentioned Dr. Skinner's internet tablet program. Do you have the link for that?
I spoke about the affordable connectivity program.
Yes, that. Can you, is
Um,
there I think there's like a scan code for it. I was in another presentation the other day and I missed that direct
Yeah.
link for that.
Okay, so that program that you're referencing comes from the it comes from the FEC, right? Not from NTIA, not from Commerce. However, if you shoot me an email at the one I put in the chat box, I'll be happy to connect you to the people that do that. That's the beauty of this partnership, you know, the connections. So keep using that to your advantage.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Burnett, can you do that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Torres, that was Bishop Brookins, the chair of the Health Commission and the presiding prelate of the 18th Episcopal District, which is Sub-Saharan Africa,
Thank
4
you.
countries in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Burnett, and thank you, Bishop. It is such an honor, truly, and I can't wait to continue building this momentum so that you guys can meet with the secretary as well, and whoever else you need to meet with, right? Like, I can't do this without you, and you need to help me amplify. We don't have time, right? Time is running out, and we need to roll out this information as much as possible. We can do webinars, trainings, you know, on census data, on all these stuff, and we can work together.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Please get to your next meeting safely. I do know that you must travel in order to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. God bless you. Such an honor.
Mr. Torres was speaking also about the youth program. And since I don't see our next speaker, I'm going to take, is anyone here from USDA? It may be under another name. I'm looking
Yes.
for, yes.
I
Hi, how you doing there?
am
Okay.
quite well, Leslie Glover.
Good, wonderful. I am going to just mention the program and then turn this over to you, Mr. Glover. The youth program that Mr. Torres spoke about, we have been given 3 slots for youth who are entrepreneurs or builders or otherwise need to know about that kind of work. One of them, I'm sorry, we have 2 slots. We have 2 slots. We had 3, we have 2 slots. If you are interested or know a young person that is interested, and I am anticipating getting flooded. So what I need to know is 1, their name, their age, because there is an age restriction on this. Age, name, the church that they are affiliated with, and active. We got a whole lot of kids on roll who are not active in their local church. So I'm gonna need their pastor to authorize that, yes, they are, well, I see them. And what they are interested in doing in the world of economics or development. And send that to me to that email, and I will create a subcommittee to be able to select 2 people, 2 young people to be able to take advantage of that. They will have to get there on their own. But once they get there, they will be taken care of. It's on September 21st in Washington, D.C. All right, September 21st. So that's the first thing. Are they available? because they will have to get to DC for a full day meeting on the 21st of September of this year. All right. Moving on, we are catching up, but still behind. Right now we have Mr. Leslie Glover, who is a representative from the US DA, going to talk to us presumably about urban forestry, urban gardening, the FSA, and the People's Garden. We have many people who are partners with this. We need to expand that. My conversation with their director, Samantha Joseph, allowed us to expand a couple of churches that have now been participants in People's Garden, which is some funding for the farm and garden ministry. And we now have Reverend Carolyn Cavanis has been attached to the appointed to the advisory board in the Northeast of the US. So as we have increasing number of farms and gardens, Mr. Glover, we are now in your hands. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Before I get started, and I know you're a little bit off track, about how long do you want me to go?
You have about 45 minutes, and that includes questions.
No, we'll finish way before 45 minutes. I think in all honesty, like Mr. Torres, it's probably better to take a lot of questions at the end rather than beat you all down with every program that the USDA can possibly offer. So I think that's probably the direction that I'll take. So thank you. So first of all, let me say what an honor to be here and to get an opportunity to speak with you folks. I have to represent for Kingdom Fellowship AME here in Calverton, Maryland, under the direction of Matthew L. Watley. So hopefully you all know Pastor Watley. And so I'm not just coming to you all as a USDA representative, but also as a member of Kingdom Fellowship and really interested in this work. Are you all able to see my screen? I want to share a slide presentation if I'm able to. It looks like I'm disabled. Reverend Burnett, are you able to give me access?
Sister Cynthia, can you co-host him, please? It's not letting me do it.
It's done.
There you are.
All right. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so I work for the USDA Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. And before I get too deep into the discussion, let me just give you a little bit about my background so you know my passion for this work. I'm actually a second generation plant and soil scientist. My dad was the chairman of the ag department at the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff for many years. So I come to this work from that perspective, have been doing this all of my life, have been engaged with food production and trying to engage people with their food, helping them to understand where it comes from, the importance of being engaged with it. But of course, later in life, reading that scripture in Genesis that talks about the command that God gave to humanity in terms of having dominion over the fishes of the sea and the birds of the air and over all the earth, really brought a different perspective to this work for me, because it really finally brought on the light that that's really what we were put here to do, really, as humanity, was to really manage Earth's resources. And so that just really opened up a whole new perspective for me. And I'm hoping that the work that the AME Church is going to continue doing is really going to help us make a generational shift. Of course, we all know about the historical nature of our relationship to agriculture and to food production with slavery and some of the other things. And I think because of that, African Americans for a long time have really developed this negative connotation towards it. I think it's coming around a little bit more with this generation. but we'll get into that a little bit more. But I think it's imperative, really, if we want to have the impact that we need to have for our communities, that we're going to have to change the narrative about food, not just from a production standpoint, but our whole relationship with food, particularly since we understand the relationship of whole foods and fresh and healthy produce and food to our health and to our well-being. So that's really kind of where I come from. And this is, there's always talk about the Joshua generation. If we want to have milk and honey, then we're going to have some bees and some cows. We know about the precipitous drop of land and Black farmers across the country, which is really, I think, detrimental to us as a community. We're going to have to rebuild that. We look at things like the pandemic. We look at food deserts across the nation. Not surprisingly, most of those food deserts and most of those communities that are being very negatively affected by them happen to be Black and brown communities. That's certainly no coincidence. And so there's a connection with that. I think I heard somebody mention that there was a ministry working with sub-Saharan Africa. The countries around the world that struggle the most with food insecurity, just like the communities here in the United States, they have something really interesting in common. None of them produce enough food for their people. If you look at the countries that are at the top of the chain in terms of economics, in terms of health, and you look at those communities, what do they all have in common? They have food sovereignty. They actually produce enough food, healthy food, that is available for their communities. And so there has to be a break. There has to be some way that we can change the narrative, away from, this is just something that slaves do. This is just hot work out in the sun. I don't want to be engaged with that. To know this is your life, this is your life. And this is your health, and not just from a food perspective, but then also, as I have here, from a green space perspective. We know that healthy and green infrastructure is really one of the keys to creating good health and great mental health and physical health in communities. And so, again, if you look at those countries that, have are war-torn areas and have high incidences of violence and trauma, there's another connection. Most of them are not as healthy from a green space perspective as some of the richer and healthier communities and nations are. So there's no coincidence there. I'll just hit this quickly. We're really at a time of really a need for systematic change, and we all know that. I know you all are aware of that. A couple of weeks ago, I got the great opportunity to go to the African American Mayors Conference, and four of the mayors of the 4 largest cities in the U.S. talked about the real need for the African American community to have a blueprint around food and environmental principles. And so Sister Cavanis and I have been talking, and others in the group have been talking about how do we come together and create a real blueprint from a food system perspective that will connect not only the churches, but the African American community here and then abroad. How do we create that blueprint? I think some of those principles are right there in Scripture. As with everything, God has given us the best prescriptions for national development. And in my mind, we have to use some of those principles to build out this new system. And there are people out there that are leading the way. Usually, the progress that is made always starts at the local level. I've had the great fortune of going to a number of different cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Detroit. There's stuff going on in Oakland, California, Chicago, a real groundswell, particularly since the pandemic. We know that we're all still feeding a number of people across the nation. And so how do we really engage those people and help them to be the solution, really to their own problems? So I say all that to say the USDA can help. The USDA has been around for a long, long time. It's actually called the People's Department. We have 100,000 employees. We touch, unlike some of the other federal agencies and departments, we literally touch the life of every American daily. With our 29 different agencies and offices. If you're putting food to your mouth, if you're drinking, if you're wearing something, if you're driving a car that puts biofuels into it, if you are doing broadband, Mr. Torres talked about broadband, the USDA is actually helping in the broadband space too. We touch the life of every single American daily, multiple times, but most people don't really think about it. We have 4,500 locations here in the US and abroad. The USDA has a lot of offices abroad that most people don't really think about. And we have a huge budget, $230 billion per year. So USDA is a monstrosity. And this administration in particular has really tried to pivot away from just trying to help necessarily rural communities and really have started to put a lot more money towards urban agriculture in the office that I work in, but also creating food system resilience. We noticed that during the pandemic, obviously, that supply chain issues always affect the most vulnerable the most. And so with that recognition, this administration has really put a lot of money towards creating a new and more just and more equitable and more resilient food system where local foods and local food production and marketing and distribution will be brought more to the forefront. Even though there's always going to be a significant amount of money that's going to be contributed to subsidies to large farmers who are primarily white. There has been a real focus with this administration to try to improve urban and vulnerable community resources. But this is the last thing I'll say about that before I jump into the different programs. We know that sometimes the winds can change really fast, right? So with any change in administration, there can be a change in priority. And so with the programs that I talk about today, there's no guarantee that they will always be here, which is why it's really important, as Mr. Torres said on the last call, for us to take advantage of many of these as many of these as we can now, because there's no guarantee that in 2024, these same ones will be around, or whether that urban and vulnerable communities will really even be the focus. And we saw that obviously all the way back to, the whole question of the 40 acres and a mule, where, President Lincoln was trying to do the 40 acres and a mule and got assassinated 6 months later. They got rid of that program and we're still waiting on that 40. And so, yeah, things can change really quickly. I said one more, now I'll give one more thing too. And this is really important because, everyday things are changing, right? So Ukraine, you may not, when you see these different things on TV, you see, oh, well, a dam was broke over in Ukraine. Well, how does that help us? Or how does that affect us here in the United States? Well, Ukraine is the 6th largest exporter of grains and vegetables around the world. And so now this particular area that has been flooded was one of their major agricultural production areas. So that is probably going to dramatically affect those countries that are receiving a lot of food from Ukraine. I mean, this is a really serious problem. And so to the extent that communities in the United States are able to begin producing more of their own food and not having to depend on others is really going to be critical, because things can change, really fast. So at the USDA, we've been around a long time. We spent a tremendous amount of money on food systems. I was looking the other day at exactly how much money that was. The USDA since the 1930s has spent $3.45 trillion on food systems, really on direct subsidies to farmers. That's a lot of money. And so obviously we have both technical and financial assistance that can help producers, that can help organizations at every level of the food system. So whether it's food production, whether it's distribution and aggregation, whether it's from a processing perspective, whether it's marketing, even local farmers markets, whether it's helping customers to purchase. The SNAP program is one of the largest programs under the USDA. But a lot of people don't realize that the SNAP program, you can actually buy seeds and you can buy food producing plants with your SNAP money. So, the question becomes, how can the AME Church and other nonprofit organizations capitalize on, folks' ability to use government funding to do these things and to produce food for their own communities? The USDA helps on the preparation and consumption side of things. I mean, there's tons of research that the USDA is doing and has done. All of that information is available to the public. But I suspect many people don't realize that is available. And it's not just the USDA, really. Technical assistance, all of this research and stuff that's out there that you as taxpayers, that I as a taxpayer have been paying for years, that stuff is readily available for us to tap into. It doesn't always have to be grants or financial assistance. And then here, one of the other really important aspects of whole food systems is, resources and waste recovery. We always want to be more effective and efficient with the resources that we have. We're supposed to be good stewards, good managers. And so the USDA also has a number of programs. In fact, my office has a funding opportunity open right now for cities and their partners to reduce food loss, to try to redirect food that would otherwise go to waste to communities, to individuals who can eat that food, and not just poor people. I think sometimes the attitude is, if it's good food and it may go to waste, then we'll just pawn it off on poor people. No. Our program is really geared towards helping cities to completely fundamentally rethink how they bring food into their communities, how it's distributed, what is really considered good food, and who should be getting it. I mean, if it's good and healthy food, it should be able to be eaten by anybody, not just the poor. And so then our program also helps communities to figure out, if it can't be used for human consumption, then maybe it can be used for animal consumption or pet food. And if it can't be used in that way, then maybe it could be used for the rendering of different industrial products. And then if not that, then it should be, if it's organic, then it should be composted, and then it should be made available to producers in urban areas and really anywhere that want to be able to use that compost to provide nutrient-rich amendments to their gardens that are not, full of chemicals that can be harmful to the body. So USDA, in all honesty, has thousands of programs that can help in these different areas. My office, the Office of Urban Ag and Innovative Production, what we do, we really have 5 major things that we do. We have a federal advisory committee that takes information from the public. We always, just like Mr. Torres talked about on the last call, we're always interested in hearing how USDA can do a better job at getting resources to communities, with the understanding that, Congress is the one who sets the eligibility criteria and how much money we get. But from a policy perspective, if there are things that we can do at our level to open up programs and make things more accessible and understandable, we definitely want to do that. And one way to do that is to go through our Federal Advisory Committee. All of their meetings are open to the public, and I can make sure that you folks get that information if you want to be a part of that. We also have some pilot committees that we're embarking upon. As I mentioned before, the USDA has always really been connected to rural America and has always distributed assistance to those areas. But what we have done in the last 3 years is recognize that urban producers need a lot more help. So we started up 17 pilot committees, and Reverend Cavernous is now on one of those committees, so that we can hear the local perspectives and make sure that those voices are heard on the front end, like Mr. Torres talked about too, so that we can make sure that we're creating policies that are really helping folks with their needs at their local level. We understand that the way that farmers produce food and the way farmers markets work in Oakland, California may be different than in Philadelphia. And so, we want to make sure that we're incorporating that local knowledge into our decision-making process. We have the composting of food waste program that I just spoke about. We also have a innovative production grant. It is closed for this year, so I didn't want to hit that too much. But again, just as Mr. Torres alluded to, we're hoping that we now can engage with you folks, or with us. I'm with you throughout. That this is a new relationship. That even though this particular opportunity is closed for this year, we want to make sure that you all are receiving information so that when the next next round of funding goes out. This particular grant is really one of the main ones that USDA does to help urban and innovative producers. So, it can be anything from potted plants at different churches, all the way to rooftop gardens, vertical production. If you want to do aquaculture, our grant will allow you to do that. Aquaponics, hydroponics, aeroponics, almost any type of really innovative type of food production. Our grants really can be used for that, whether it's containerized gardening, if you want to get a shipping container and transform that. We've seen people do that and transform that into mushrooms production facilities. It can be used for things like commercial kitchens. If you want to teach people in your community how to prepare different healthy and nutritious foods. If you want to do planning, that particular grant can be used to help communities figure out and organizations figure out how to plan out how to grow and market the food that they're producing. So really it's from soup to nuts, seed purchasing, equipment purchasing, cold storage, as I said, kitchens. You name it. If it's related to innovative production into urban agriculture, that grant can be used for it. And then finally, Reverend Burnett mentioned the People's Garden Initiative. That's run out of our office as well. Now, that one does not have financial assistance, so we really don't give out money for the People's Garden Initiative, but the importance of it is it's a way of communities and partners in practice to communicate with one another. So right now we have 1,600 People's Gardens around the country, and we have technical assistance. If you don't know how to do a garden at all, we have information that can help you from the ground up, from, how do you test your soil? Who do you go to figure that piece out? If you need production expertise, we have technical advice on how, what crops to grow in your particular area. How do you use irrigation? Basically everything. And we're going to continue to build upon that. We have a webinar series. We've done 2 installments of that webinar series that really try to help people understand how they fit into a diverse and equitable food system. And so, I will make sure that you all have that information. So if you are interested in that, you can learn more about that program. So our programs are super popular, right? We never have had enough money to really fund all opportunities. So I'll just mention here, things change, right? So right now, there is no prohibition against using artificial intelligence for writing grant proposals. And I suspect there are some people out there that are already doing it. That might be something that the AME Church wants to look at and invest in to help kind of level the playing field. I know that over time, vulnerable communities have not been as competitive as some of these big organizations, but artificial intelligence may be a way to kind of level that playing field. If you have a great vision for what you want your garden or your community to do, that's a great opportunity to, kind of reduce the amount of time that you're having to spend, writing for these different grant applications. So you can see we only fund up to 31%. And sometimes people get frustrated, and I get it. They apply to these different grants year after year, and they say, well, I never get any. Well, it's because we never have enough to give everybody. And so that is another way that, the AME Church and your partners can really, I can't legally tell you to lie to Congress, but, you see the numbers on the screen. So financial assistance, I just mentioned there's a bunch of them. I also have a document called the Urban Ag at a Glance, which has about 40 of the most important programs that USDA has. And I can make sure that you all get a hold of that. But I would also encourage you all to sign up for our, everybody has a newsletter. I get it. But this one is really important because we have, job announcements, we have the grant opportunities, we have the technical assistance, because our scope is not just within USDA. We partner with a bunch of the other departments, whether it's the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or whether it's the Environmental Protection Agency, whether it's the Department of Labor. We are also, connected with them and can show you what different opportunities that those groups have as well. See how I'm doing here on time. I've been about 20 minutes. Okay. Composting food waste reduction. I hit that one. This one is a big one. So the Forest Service has the Urban and Community Forestry Program. This was a huge grant opportunity, about $1.5 billion. It has now closed. But I am actually on the review team for this particular grant opportunity, so I'll get a chance to really make decisions about who is going to get this money. But the beauty of this program, even though it's closed, some of this money will go to organizations that are going to sub-grant out to other organizations. So I would definitely encourage the AME Church to consider submitting a proposal for sub-grants. This money can be used for food forests, for creating green space, for creating workforce development, for creating programs that can be used for food as medicine, really all the way across agroforestry and urban and community development, for mental health. So yeah, I would definitely consider applying for some of the resources that will be provided through subgranting. And I can get you the information. I know their program manager very well. And just like Mr. Torres, I think one of the values that I can add to what the AME Church is doing is to be able to connect you directly with the people who are running these different programs. I'm not an expert in all of them. I mean, obviously there's thousands and 50 of them that are really important, but I can connect you with the people who are subject matter experts in each of these different arenas. The rural development has a value added producer grant. That particular grant allows you to take your produce, if you're growing food, and being able to make a value added product. So for instance, if you're growing tomatoes and you decide you want to make tomato paste, that particular opportunity will help you to make that transition. And then there's the synergistic effect too with some of these different programs. If you want to grow if you're growing tomatoes, you want to turn it into tomato paste. There are also different programs that will allow you to then take that product and sell it to schools. We have a farm to school program that is really instrumental in allowing organizations to connect directly with schools for educational purposes and for marketing and for providing food. And the reason why the rural development comes up, urban producers are also eligible for this particular grant. It's very competitive. I don't want to make it sound like it is not. It is. But the good part about it is all ag producers are eligible for it. One of our other sister agencies, the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, has a beginning farmer and rancher development program. So for all of the different churches that are out there that want to get started and don't have a lot of information about it, this grant is available and out there to help provide for education and mentoring and technical assistance to beginning farmers and ranchers. I know of a number of groups who have gotten this very, very good. Now, what I will also say too, I mean, the USDA's website is full of different groups who have received these different grants, and you know, there's nothing stopping different components of the AME Church from connecting with those organizations that have already been funded, that know how to go through the process, and learning, you know, from them about what they're, and even partnering with them to figure out how those different pieces fit at the local level. There's so many. The AMS, which is the Ag Marketing Service, has resources that can help you market and sell products. The regional and local food system and food access, the USDA actually just announced 12 regional business centers that just will be receiving $50 million. They're another subgranting entity. Those 12 are subgranting entities, and you know, they have money to help with developing local and regional food systems. So yet another financial opportunity that's out there right now. Yep, and so that's kind of expanding upon that. Let's see how I'm doing on time. NRCS, which is the agency that I previously worked for, they actually have an equity and conservation. This opportunity just recently closed. But again, now that we're connected, I can make sure that you all are in the loop for these. So it's not just about producing food, but we want to do it in a sustainable way that conserves natural resources. And there's a whole agency that is just focused on helping to conserve resources. And climate is just one aspect of that. Let's see what I have on that. Yep. So climate and urban agriculture in particular go hand in hand. There are definitely some ways that we can help to conserve water and energy. There are also rural development programs that are out there. If an entity wants to transition to solar or renewable energies, there's a particular program that rural development has that can allow for that. But again, you know, these things are certainly competitive. Technical assistance, I hit that. It's all free. So any information that that's out there in terms of technical assistance that can help you, it's free. Just go to our different websites or connect with me. If there's a particular aspect of the food system that you want to learn more about and are not sure which agency covers that, feel free to reach out to me. I can make sure that I can connect you with the right information. There's a bunch of agencies in the USDA that are engaged with this work. So I'll make sure that you all get this PowerPoint so that you will become familiar with some of those. People's Garden, we talked about. We're really trying to help communities to make that transition. There has to be a transition at some point with this younger generation and bringing them back in contact with their food, understanding where it comes from, making sure that we're not eating food that has been grown in a way that's not healthy, helping to nurture habitats. I mean, we have to have bees, we have to have wildlife for healthy communities. So helping people to really understand those connections is really what the People's Garden Initiative is all about. And if you're really advanced, for folks who really are advanced in this area, our Ag Research Service has more research than you can ever imagine about controlled environment agriculture as well as food production, whether it's pest management, whether it's food, whether it's genetics, whether it's pathogens in fruit trees, or you name it, they have it. So that's free. That information is free and it's available. And they actually even have specialized genomes from plants and seeds that they're able to provide free of charge to your university partners. If any of you out there have university partners with 1890s or whatever, a lot of people don't know our Ag Research Service can provide genetically improved species that are best for controlled environments to universities free of charge. So that's another opportunity that's out there. And then I'll wrap up. We're really trying to take my office is really trying to take a whole of government approach to improving the food system, particularly with our most vulnerable, to people who, you know who they are, that are really depending on others for their food supply, to really help engage them, to be more engaged with solutions to problems in their own community. So we're engaged with all of our different partners across the federal government, EPA, Housing Development, U.S. Botanical Garden. That's just a few of the ones we work with. All right. So thank you all for having me, and I'll take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions that are in the chat. One, I'm going to answer for you because I don't want you to get yourself in trouble.
Uh-oh. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Not a problem. I'm former DOD. I know the answer. The question is from Dr. Hansen, who is in the country of Lesotho. Are institutions in sub-Saharan Africa eligible to apply as sub-grantees? Those fundings would need to come from USAID, and that's a part of that program that we were talking about a few months ago, Dr. Hansen. But the webinars, and this is what Mr. Glover cannot say, folk can't take knowledge away from you. So the webinars that are available, I'm going to say, go ahead and view the webinars so you can gain the information, and then we can apply them. Apply that information. We'll take it back to USAID, get funding for all of our countries outside of the US and territories via those vehicles. He can't say that. I can.
Yes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Let me add one more thing to that, though. I will say this: the USDA actually does have a foreign agriculture service, and they have a number of programs. Their major focus is trying to help American producers to market products all over the world, but they also do have some food programs that have resources for different countries. I'm not an expert on that, but I definitely know who to contact and who to put you in contact with to learn more about those different programs. I'll just give one example. One of my colleagues from the Foreign Ag Service came to me about a proposal that was put out there by the Caribbean governments to develop aquaponics and shade houses for production. And so I'm a part of that team who's trying to figure out how to help them, number one, develop the system, think about how to conserve the natural resources with their program. And so the Foreign Ag Service is a part of that. The Ag Research Service is a part of that. Our office is a part of that. So there are, some things around the margins that can kind of help in the international arena. One more thing. The Natural Resource Conservation Service also has an international programs division, and they actually do soil surveys internationally. In fact, I was a part of a team several years ago that mapped out Haiti or sections of Haiti to help their agricultural ministry figure out where the most productive agricultural lands were and how to overcome some of the impediments that they had on their agricultural land. So even that type of information is available out there and can be requested from other countries from the USDA.
So, Mr. Glover, what I hear is, like I said with Mr. Torres, we will be coming to you and potentially Director Joseph for a team meeting
Let the church
Um,
say amen.
Quickly, you know what's happening in the next couple of weeks here, but before that, next week, we will set up a meeting with the team and your office so we can move things forward. Automatically, I'm asking Reverend Cavanagh to be a part of that team. Reverend Chalice Bradford, who is a recipient of the People's Garden, presiding elder Bryant, Reverend Brenda White, and I'm sure there are others that just don't come to my mind off the top of my head. Reverend Cavanagh, can you help pull that team together? Unmute yourself, darling. I'll get with her. She must be having some connection issues because I see her and she's actually come in and out a couple of times. So maybe having a connection problem. We will set that up, Mr. Glover. There is one other question that I see, and it's around marketing for the People's Garden. How is that? How does that happen?
So good question. So my colleague, Nina Bhattacharya, is the one who oversees that program for us. She has put together a, what do you call it? It's a community of practice is what it is. She worked with the State Cooperative Extension Service. I'm not sure if you all are aware, but so USDA oversees the Cooperative Extension Service. We fund them, but they have a subgroup called the National National Urban Extension Leaders. So we partnered with them to create this community of practice, and anybody that's a part of the People's Garden is welcome to be a part of that group and do information sharing. But my colleague, she's the one who is over the marketing aspect. I'm not sure what all they're doing. I know they have the basics, the social media, they do the newsletters, we have the webinars, and we have the community of practice. But outside of that, I'm not sure what they do. But I will say this last thing. I know that she is always looking for success stories to try to, to do more in terms of promotion. So if you know of something or you have some ideas, we're also always open to ideas. I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but our office is really only 3 years old. So we're really kind of like a startup company within the USDA. So we're open. We know we don't have all the answers, and we know that in some areas people are already far ahead of us. So we're always open to new ideas.
Reverend Bradford, did you hear that? Reverend Bryant, did you hear that?
Yes.
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right.
Is there a link
Also,
that we can contact?
Absolutely. I put my name and my email in the chat. Let me see if I can give you all our website.
do you want that to come directly to you or to the website?
Yeah, you contact me directly.
Perfect.
All right.
Dr. Barnett, this is Reverend Mishka. I had a question with regards to the innovation grant cycle. I believe that Mr. Glover said that cycle was closed, but when is the next cycle going to be open for that granting?
Yeah, great question. So the next grant cycle, we're hoping, if Congress does their job and can pass a budget on time, which we know how that goes, we're hoping to have it out by January.
All right. I laugh because after being in the Army 11 years, I never got a paycheck on time when it came to budget renewal.
That's bad.
Never.
Bad.
11 years, zero. The October check never came on time.
So yeah, so you know what we're dealing with. And I'll say we've always shot for January, and we've not made it yet. We're usually always getting out in April to May. So, if we don't get out by January, we have to get something out by April just to even make it work. So, but if you sign up for our newsletter, you'll be alerted exactly when it comes out.
So if we go to the USDA.gov website, we can sign up for the newsletter, which I now do get. And you will be apprised of all of this information. But what we're also going to do is after this meeting, we are going to have soon around what is going to be available to us. We will also get that information out. Reverend Cavanis, if you can add Dr. Hansen, Dr. Finney Hansen from Lesotho, and Sister Nanda Mandela from Eswatini to that group, that will also be helpful.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Brother Glover, I can shift to Brother Glover, our fellow AME. If you can be around for us between the 12:45 and 1:45 presentation periods, we will be talking about the farming gardens in the 18th Episcopal District.
Wonderful. Yes, I will. I will do that.
All right, thank you. We are 5 minutes early. Thank you. Are there any final questions for Brother Glover? If not, what I'm going to do is, because we've been sitting here now almost 2 hours, let everyone go get their lunch and come back quickly. Go get your lunch.
Not
At
so
12
quickly that you don't move. Last week we had breaks, ma'am.
You got another break coming up.
We need to move our bodies.
You have a 20-minute break now.
Oh,
Amen.
okay.
Thank you.
Good.
You now have a 20-minute break. Go get your lunch, go walk around outside, be back by 12:15. And Sister Rosalind Thibodeau Goodall is going to take us through the Alzheimer's updates, and then I call him brother. Mr. Marcus Coleman, the director of FEMA, will be with us at 12:30.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time. Yes, I'm sorry. So you have 20 minutes. Be back. Whatever your time zone is, 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for calling Dr. Lippman and Dr. Hamid's service. If this is a patient with a life-threatening medical emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or go to the nearest emergency room. If this is a doctor, hospital, or patient with an urgent matter, please press 0 for a live operator.
You're not muted.
Good afternoon, evening to others. We have returned right on time. Thank you all. Feel free to continue eating as we are the Health Commission. Hopefully you did get up at least and walk around, and very good, Cynthia. I see you drinking your water. We are good to go.
And it's also morning on the planet. It's also still morning. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Bishop. We're sorry for waking you up at dark 30 for all those folks on the West Coast. Well, at least you won't be like our folks on the continent of Africa who will be in the dark by the time we finish. It is now our great pleasure to present one of our own, the chair of our Alzheimer's Association partnership. There are many, many things happening, and I'm going to turn it now over to Rosalind Thibodeau-Goodall, who is doing a fantastic job of organizing, reorganizing, and moving us forward. Sister Goodall, we are in your very capable hands.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Burnett. To Bishop Brookins, to Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett, to Reverend Dr. Natalie Mitchum, and to all assembled, greetings. It is my joy to be here with you today, and I'm excited to make this report for the partnership. And I want to just stop and thank Reverend Burnett for the opportunity. She did an excellent job as chair of the steering committee from the inception in 2019 until last year when she asked me to step in. Alzheimer's is my calling, it's my personal ministry, so I was indeed humbled and honored to accept this leadership opportunity. As has been mentioned, we have been doing a lot of fantastic things with the partnership, and it could not be possible without the commitment of our talented volunteers. So let me tell you something about what we've done. We've expanded the steering committee to include subcommittees, and that's so that we can increase our reach and increase the numbers of people available to assist. So I'll just tell you about the subcommittees. We have advocacy, which is led by Brother Christopher Likes. He's out of the 7th Episcopal District over there in Swansea, South Carolina. Chris does an amazing job of hosting AME Alzheimer's events everywhere. I spoke to him just the other day, and he's all over the place at different churches, different organizations talking about Alzheimer's. But in his advocacy role, what he has brought to us is an opportunity to partner with the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. The National Black Caucus of State Legislators. Most states have a legislative Black caucus, and this is that national organization. So what we're going to do is, our thrust is to, through our community forums where we hear from members in our community what it is we need in the various communities to address Alzheimer's, then we're going to have a discussion with those national representatives to try to craft legislation that will benefit our group. So Brother Christopher Likes is responsible for the advocacy subcommittee. Then we have auxiliaries. As you know, we have a lot of auxiliaries within the AME Church. We have the MCAM, you know, the Ministry of Music. We have the Women's Missionary Society, the lay organization, etc. And so we want to ask each one of those organizations to present a liaison to our committee so that we can tell them what it is we're trying to do, and then they can get that information back to their respective groups. Sister Sybil Hunter is out of the 10th Episcopal District down in San Antonio, leads that subcommittee. We have churches, so we're trying to get this information through the churches, to the churches, through presiding elder districts. And we're very excited to have our own, my former pastor, presiding elder Raymond Bryant, who's of the San Antonio district and in the 10th district, and Sister Virginia Harvin of the 11th Episcopal District in Florida, leading that subcommittee. Again, we're trying to identify churches in the AME Church to get information through to our congregations. We're trying to match churches and chapters for educational purposes. Then we have our communication subcommittee, which is led by Sister Martinique Mix. Most of you will remember Sister Mix as the president, the former president, immediate past president of RAYC, and she is over our communication subcommittee. We have an education subcommittee, which is responsible for developing educational programs that we can then get into our churches. And that's led by Sister Leslie Thompson of the 5th Episcopal District and Reverend Ronald Ivy of the 2nd Episcopal District. And just a side note, Reverend Ivy, up until a month ago, and Sister Thompson have worked very hard together, meeting regularly to formulate plans for education. And because of his personal commitments, he has had to step down. However, he has promised me that he won't be far away. His wife is suffering from the illness, and he has other commitments that render him unavailable at this time, but he won't be far whenever we need help. We have a research subcommittee that's led by Reverend Charles Griffin, who's out of Bridge Street up in Brooklyn, New York. Reverend Griffin is a member of the Research Advisory Council there at NYU. NYU has an Alzheimer's Research Disease Committee, and Reverend Charles Griffin is a part of that. So he sends us information about research all the time that we try to get out to our members so that they may share that. So again, the subcommittees are advocacy, auxiliaries, churches, communication, education, and research. And we meet, our subcommittees meet monthly. We meet on the second Wednesday of the month so that we may formulate ideas that we want to share with the general body when we meet on the third Thursday of the month. And so it works really well. It's a lot of work for very few people, but everybody seems to enjoy it, and we show up. Everybody shows up for both of those meetings, so it's wonderful. The larger steering committee is comprised of the persons that I just spoke of, and our own, of course, Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett and myself, and a select group from the Alzheimer's Association. And basically, those are individuals who work in the diversity area, diversity, equity, and inclusion areas. So that's how we are, the hierarchy of our steering committee. So we have done some excellent work. And one of the things of which I'm most proud is we comprised or developed a database of churches that want to get the word out about Alzheimer's. So whenever our members, any of our members, Alzheimer's or AMEs, whenever we have conversations with individuals about whether or not they want to implement Alzheimer's education or training within their congregation, we put it onto a spreadsheet and we color code it so that people know whether the individuals have been contacted or not. But we have a long list of churches now that are involved in our work, and we're really excited about that. Again, Reverend Griffin shares research information that he gets from his position with NYU, and we share that widely. We encourage, in 2020, I think it was, Bishop Seawright, when we had our first Connection of Purple Sunday, Bishop Seawright gave the charge that we would have Connection of Purple Sunday on the third Sunday in March every year. And people have just taken that and run with it. This year was our third annual Connection of Purple Sunday. I'm sure everybody on here, most of us at least, who had access were able to participate. We had over 1,000 people to register for the event. Our own Congresswoman Maxine Waters from California was our special guest. It was very successful by all accounts. And we had so many churches to send us pictures of their Purple Sunday programs, and we were just thrilled to receive those. So if your church had a Purple Sunday event and you haven't had the opportunity to share them, you still do. Please send them to Reverend Burnett and we will get them posted on the website. We're encouraging churches to have a community forum, and that's an opportunity again for us to hear from our community about what it is we need. I'm a member of St. Paul AME Church in Dallas, Texas. Reverend Kevin Hodge is my pastor, and we're preparing for our community forum on Saturday, June the 24th over at the church. And we're going to have an opportunity to ask the attendees questions about their knowledge about Alzheimer's, how Alzheimer's information is shared within their community, and we'll be able to hear from them what it is they need in order to address Alzheimer's disease and related dementia within their communities. And when we meet monthly, there's a small group of us in this planning committee. We meet, not monthly, we meet weekly to plan this. And it has evolved from just a community forum to a health fair, if you can imagine. So we have 6 other health entities who are going to come. The community forum is going to be from 10 until noon. And then from noon until 2, we'll have health screenings and other things health related. And a young doctor who I've known since she entered medical school over at UT Southwestern, Dr. Sarah Asherty, I invited her to come to the forum. And as it happens, she has agreed to be our medical expert. So she's going to be there to entertain any medical related questions from the audience. So that's just a major plus. We're planning to produce a newsletter so that we can let everybody know what it is we're doing through this partnership. And another thing that we're talking about doing is having public service announcements, PSAs. And there will be 6, we're planning for 6 PSAs where we will promote our work in the community, but we'll do it via video. So we're going to be taping those PSAs and producing them and implementing them real soon. We also had the opportunity to help promote the Unforgettable screenplay by Garrett Davis. I'm sure most of you have heard of that. It happened across the country. And it happened in Dallas in February. It happened in Chicago just yesterday or today. I think it's happening today in Chicago. And that's the last one that's scheduled. But it's a wonderful screenplay that kind of introduces the illness and how families react and deal with the illness. So we, or you have heard already that we created 6 co-branded brochures, a clergy guide so that clergy may have a little cheat sheet on how to address questions by their members as it relates to Alzheimer's and related dementia. But I'm just thrilled to have this opportunity of service. I'm thankful for the support of Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett and Bishop Brookins and Reverend Natalie and everybody who comes to help us, and especially the steering committee, who they are the wind beneath my wings as it relates to this work that we're doing, because we're family. And I thank God for this wonderful family that's trying to do so much for our connectional family. So if anyone has questions, I'll be happy to entertain them at this time. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so very much. Someone asked whether or not you have to be a medical professional to be a part of the Health Commission in general. And the answer to that is no.
Absolutely not.
Mr. Goodall's background is business. And you can see how important her role is. I took the opportunity to say that now because you are a perfect example of not being a medical director who is leading a major effort for us. Also, the play Unforgettable, we are actively working on getting it as a part, either as a pre-event or some other event at the General Conference 2024. So look for that, pray on it, because it does cost us some money, and we're working on it.
Reverend Burnett, one of the things that I forgot to say, and I don't know how this escaped me, is we have a major opportunity on Juneteenth during the Council of Bishops, the General Board meeting, to present our work. Reverend Presiding Elder Michelle Goodloe is president of the Presiding Elders Council, and we have we've asked her if we could get in front of her group for some time now. And she called the other day and said, you know, I'm having a meeting with my presiding elders on Juneteenth. Would you like to say something? And of course, you know, I said, of course, yes, yes, yes. So we're just excited to have this opportunity. We're going to be in front of, she said 75 to 100 presiding elders have already signed up to attend the meeting, which is wonderful. And our own Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett is going to present, along with presiding elder Raymond Bryant, who always says yes when I call him. And so they're going to talk about the work of the steering committee. And as God would have it, the Louisiana chapter of the Alzheimer's Association has a new executive director who happens to be an African-American woman. And we're so excited. I met her a couple of weeks ago in Shreveport. We had lunch. Her name is Dolores Hurst. I called her and invited her to come to the meeting and say something, and she agreed to do so. So that's a big deal. So we'll have that opportunity to be at the General Board meeting on Juneteenth to present our Alzheimer's work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate everything that you do, all that you do. Will you put your the email address that you would like for us to use into the chat? So those that are interested may contact you. We shift a little bit back to where we started this morning. Mr. Marcus T. Coleman Jr., who is the director for the Department of Homeland Security Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. The FEMA division is with us at this moment. He has been a wonderful partner over got to be going on 20 years. We've got to be been working together. Mr. Coleman comes now to provide us with an overview of the things that we are doing and can do, because I think there's many things that we aren't doing yet with FEMA, both connectionally as well as in our local areas. I will tell you that anytime there's disaster that I call him Brother Coleman is going to, he's an unofficial AME, going to make sure that if there are resources that are available to him, that we have them. If there's information we need, we have it. And so I am very thankful to him for that. And we are now in your hands.
All righty. Reverend Dr. Miriam Burnett, Reverend Dr. Natalie Meacham, thank you for a few things. Thank you, one, for saying, yes, I know that this connection has been in place for many years, and it started with a very random phone call when we took a visit up to Philadelphia a few years ago. And so grateful for the work of the African Methodist Episcopal Church International Health Commission, and grateful to share hopefully some helpful resources. And to Dr. Miriam Burnett's point, some intentional connection points, and we're hoping that we can build on. I just want to say the Biden administration, of course, very much values the contributions of not just the African Methodist Episcopal Church, but the work that you all do all across the world, here domestically as well. And of course, specifically for me, during both natural and man-made hazards. Reverend Dr. Burnett and team have been stalwart subject matter experts. We've been able to provide some space for some specific tables that we hope, again, can continue to help resource the work that you all do. What I'd like to do for my portion of the presentation is I'm going to talk very quickly through a presentation that will be available to everybody. So I'll send this right after we finish in case there's something that people miss. But it kind of gives you some high points on some of the connections, because I think people often see FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security as either TSA and the Transportation Security Administration or post-disaster, but there's a lot of things that we can do pre-disaster. So this slide deck is going to just talk specifically through some of the key resources that are available, both to the Health Commission, to the respective districts, and then of course to specific places of worship that are looking for information as well. A little bit about our office. I know that we've had our colleagues from other centers on today. We work again very closely year round on two kind of big areas that we'll focus on. One of them is about disasters, and so thinking about all hazards. So from wildfires to floods to active shooter, unfortunately, and arson. We do a lot of work there, but then we also have a specific focus on combating human trafficking as well. And so ways that we can continue and want to be helpful to come alongside the AME Church. Number one, we can provide more in-depth virtual and in-person technical assistance briefings. I had the opportunity to spend time with Bishop Wicker in the 8th District last year, where we provided a workshop during one of their gatherings, able to join several engagements last year in Atlanta as part of the general board meeting to provide some initial information with our colleagues in SBA. One of the other key things we want to make sure that we do is be resourceful. I would say you have a champion in Reverend Burnett that wants us to not only be helpful with information, but be intentional about connecting to resources. And so that's a key thing for us. And then of course, when disasters do happen, I know that there is a formal structure and standard that the AME Church stands up through the leadership of Reverend Burnett and the Health Commission. We seek to try to mirror some of that work and make sure that any information or opportunities to engage post-disaster you all can connect with. And so you see here, you can reach us at FEMA.gov/faith. That's where all of the information that I'm about to share is right now. One of the first big announcements I want to share, this actually just happened on Wednesday. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, the first woman to lead the Federal Emergency Management Agency, announced the theme and area of focus for National Preparedness Month, which is every September. The specific area of focus for us this month is going to be focusing specifically on coming alongside older adults and helping them prepare for disasters. Specifically, we're looking at those folks that need a little bit of additional assistance getting around. Maybe they are caregivers. Maybe, I know we just came behind the Alzheimer's Association. You may have elders or people in your life that are suffering from Alzheimer's or other mental ailments. We want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to prepare them and their families in case those unfortunate floods, wildfires, hurricanes, or things happen. And so we'll be sharing a lot more information. But as you see, one of the other key areas that we want to really focus on is taking a culturally competent approach in making sure people know what to do to be prepared in terms of having an emergency plan, building an emergency kit, and other considerations that families have, being on a caregiving team myself or my mother, to make sure that we know how to prepare and respond during a disaster. Second area we know, unfortunately, particularly for the AME Church, this really hits close home to many of us, protecting places of worship. We've spent a lot of time as a department and as an agency building out tools and resources. We also have the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. I want to give an explicit shout out to the African Methodist Episcopal Church here. I know Superintendent Cooper has been sitting on the Department of Homeland Security Faith-Based Advisory Council and has just recently provided recommendations to the Secretary on how we can make some of these grant monies more accessible and available to churches of all sizes. And so we have the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. We also have a specific grant program that's focused on looking at public health interventions to stem or prevent acts of domestic violent extremism. And then we have a number of resources specifically for places of worships to conduct safety assessments, to do trainings, and to do activities. Again, this is an area and space where we have learned from the AME Church more than we've taught. I know Reverend Dr. Burnett has provided her expertise on national platforms, international platforms. I know there's a lot of great resources available, so we have some additional resources there. And I just want to make two quick plugs for folks to think about. For the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, the next cycle is going to open next spring. And what we're encouraging churches to do now is to conduct a vulnerability assessment. That's basically where you are going around the church facility and looking to see where there might be areas where you might need an additional camera, where you might want to make sure that you have proper access controls to doors. Doing those vulnerability assessments helps if your church wants to apply for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. And I know Reverend Dr. Burnett and the International Health Commission will continue to promote those webinars when they are available. But there's some steps that you can take right now that we want to encourage people to do in the fall and the spring. And more than happy to be a resource to the Health Commission to make connections to other state, local, and federal law enforcement officials in case you have some specific questions that are unique to your community about threats and hazards you may have on the man-made side. I'd say a very unique opportunity with the International Health Commission that I wanted to also flag is there's a specific grant program of up to $150,000 that essentially serves as a catalyst for developing public health interventions to prevent acts of domestic violent extremism. We recognize that things like social isolation, disconnected from social networks, if you have people not going to church, often can lead sometimes to people becoming radicalized. And so we want to find opportunities to invest in institutions or organizations that are interested in, if you know that there are people in your community that you want to be able to create a framework or a network that if somebody seems to be going a little bit in a concerning direction, that we can take a public health approach to get them on the right track. We have a lot of the applications from prior grantees available online, so you can see the type of work that's funded. We do fund education and outreach as part of this grant program. So there's some education things that may be worth noting as well. I shared here an example of one of our historic Black colleges and universities, Alcorn State University. Their application actually was recently funded last year to do some specific work in community. This is a great opportunity for the African Methodist Episcopal Church and various colleges and universities you may be connected with to help us think through the next set of models and styles of engagement to really intervene so we can prevent acts of targeted violence. On the disaster front, some things that I want to plug, and we're happy to do this. We're going to have a much broader briefing as we go into hurricane season, and we'll be glad to invite you all to. But we do have some specific tools and resources because we know when disasters happen, it's a lot. I think about when I had the opportunity to meet Bishop Byfield shortly after the Kentucky tornadoes in 2021 at St. James AME Church, which was completely destroyed, unfortunately. And one of the big questions that she had for me was, where can I easily get to resources that I can help other pastors with? And so for individuals, we've developed a disaster multimedia toolkit. We have information available in many languages, FAQs and Saving Family Treasures. Specifically for those that want to do training or workshops, we have a lot of tools and materials available there as well. And then specifically for houses of worship. So when I think about St. James AME Church, I know there's other churches that have been damaged by disasters and storms. There is a particular grant program, FEMA Public Assistance, where we have a fact sheet that lays out the specific steps that a place of worship needs to take, but we have a lot of additional information. And so if you have folks in your organization, I think this is really important for some of the trustees and elders to understand ahead of time, because it's a very arduous process. We want to make sure that if churches are impacted, that you have direct access to rebuild. With the last few minutes I have, combating human trafficking is also a really big initiative for the administration. Both the president and vice president have been keenly committed. Unfortunately, when disasters happen, anecdotally, we do see upticks in incidents of human trafficking, both sex and labor trafficking. And so we have a number of resources that are available for churches as well. And including a faith-based and community leaders human trafficking response guide that provides just some considerations for those that are looking to make sure that if they see something, that they want to say something and do something to intervene on a concerning human trafficking related situation. Last plug that I have is we are always hiring at the agency. We have a number of different types of positions. We have permanent full-time positions, but then we also have a number of on-call positions. And so if you have folks in your networks that are looking to engage on an on-call basis, maybe they're looking to find something where they can deploy out to different disasters periodically throughout the year. We have a number of career opportunities there, and we have a number of internship opportunities as well, both for recent grads and people that are coming through master's programs and doctoral programs. With that, Reverend Dr. Burnett, thank you all so much. You see the contact from a colleague there, Nicole Wood, but I dropped my contact information in the chat.
Thank you so very much. Nicole is also a godsend, and when I can't reach you, I can always reach Nicole. I happen to have her personal cell. So thank you so very much for being with us. Are there any questions for Mr. Coleman? Let me also add that while we talk about FEMA and we talk about security, we have a member of the Health Commission who is Brother Ako Cromwell, who really assists us with our security end of things, has been in partnership with FEMA, and he and I will be doing some presentations in the next few weeks as we really begin to get into some travel, and things are at an all-time high. So Dr. Hansen, who will be coming up right behind you, asks, in Lesotho, the issues of human trafficking and social protection are addressed by the Social Commission. Is it okay for both the Health and Social, I believe you're saying Social Action Commissions, to collaborate on this area? That's actually a question for me. The Health Commission and the Social Action Commission have partnered not only on human trafficking, but on a variety of things around policy and social justice for many, many years, and we continue to do so. So no, there is no problem with collaboration in Lesotho or other places around the connection. Are there any specific questions for Mr. Coleman? We will put not only this slide, but the slide deck, but all of the other resources will be posted in a variety of places. Also note that this training will be posted to our YouTube channel, which automatically flows to our website. So you'll be able to get it from both of those places as well. Going once, going twice. You've done such a wonderful job. We will be in contact regarding some of those funding opportunities so we can prepare. And one of the things we'll talk about with our presiding elders is making sure that the trainings that are available are done. Also, when you do the vulnerability, please note that our fire departments, our police departments, and other security type agencies around the globe are willing to help you do that. Please be careful that you are not opening yourself up to, close your ears, Marcus, any issues that may occur around not being in code. All right. All right. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and looking forward to staying connected.
Yes, well, always. And I thank you for your partnership in allowing Dr. Weta Collins to often step in when I am not available, and actually has taken over the disaster and response preparedness and response ministry for the Health Commission. She is doing a wonderful job. It's just now that we have expanded so much, it's difficult for me to be in every place all at the same time. And as we move people around a little bit, you've been very gracious to accept all of the help that we are now getting. So thank you. All right, 2 examples of public health and partnerships in the 18th Episcopal District. We wanted to make sure that there was global representation during this training. These 2 persons that are coming now, well, you'll see, they speak for themselves. Dr. Hansen, Finney Hansen, is the health director health coordinator for the Lesotho and the Northeast Lesotho annual conferences. That partnership, you will see why they combine those annual conference health commissions into one. It's an example that I think should be a model for many of our districts around the connection. It is one of the smartest things I've seen done in a long time. And then behind that, the Tabitha Forage Farm at Paul Quinn AME Church in Eswatini Annual Conference. Its initiator, its visionary, its leader, Sister Nag, oh man, Bishop, help me.
Andamangla.
Amanda. Yes, yes. Nagamanda, yes.
And some days I get it right first off, and then other days I just make a mess. So she will follow Dr. Hansen. And again, another partnership between government and church that has an astronomical work. I don't want to take up any more time. So Dr. Hansen, Sister Cynthia, can you make Dr. Hansen a co-host so she can share her slides, please?
Yes, hold on one moment.
Here in Lesotho, it's evening, and let me say good day to everybody, and thank you very much, Dr. Bumi, my supervisor, for allowing us this opportunity to share what is happening in Lesotho. I'm trying to share my screen, but it's not coming through.
Try it now. Did you accept co-host? Accept co-host and you should be able to share your screen. There you go.
Thank you very much. Lesotho is a country that is completely surrounded by another one. We usually say it's landlocked. It is situated in the southern hemisphere where it is completely surrounded by South Africa. We are just outside the tropics, so we do not have any challenges with tropical diseases. Though our neighboring countries, like our sister country, Swaziland, does have malaria. Rather, Lesotho, we do have the triple burden of disease due to infections, communicable diseases, and high maternal, infant, and child morbidity and mortality. So my presentation today will be around how the AME Church is positioning itself to be actively involved to address not only health challenges, but even food security issues. Through the diligent support of our supervisor, we have been able to put in place a structure that has developed a concept node to contextualize how we are going to actively get involved in Lesotho to address the challenges. Let me just give you a synopsis or a picture of how the health service delivery is managed by the government of Lesotho and its partners. I will give you the demographics, the population demographics. We anticipate, or there are projections from the Bureau of Statistics, that if all services that are provided or that are envisaged or planned by the government of Lesotho are effectively and efficiently implemented, we would be able to improve on the life expectancy. Currently, life expectancy in Lesotho is at around 56 and a half years. And mainly it is affected by the diseases that I have previously mentioned. But if all goes well, in the next 2 decades, it is envisaged that the life expectancy will be at around 64 years. We have in the country 10 administrative districts, and those 10 administrative districts lie within 4 ecological zones, and it is very important, as you will see in the next slide, why I have to highlight this issue of ecological zones. We have the lowlands, foothills, and we have one river that cuts across the country. This is our country map again, the 10 districts, and the lowlands would be around here, the top left of the map, the top part of the map, followed by foothills, and as you go lower, then you find that there's a river that cuts across the country and flows into South Africa and right into the Indian Ocean.
Dr. Hansen, Dr. Hansen, let me interrupt you just 2 seconds. Can you put your slides into slideshow so that we can see them better?
Okay. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. If you go to, you see where home is lit in orange? If you go to your right, you'll see one that says slideshow. Click that. Now hit from current slide. Go down one line and you'll see on the far left one that says from beginning or from current slide. Click from current slide. There you go. There you go.
Thanks a lot. So as we go to the bottom of the map, that's where our mountain range lies. Within these administrative regions, we have in total 236 health facilities, where government owns about 50% of those, slightly above 50%. And then the church owns about 38% of the health facilities, while the rest are owned by the private sector. And Red Cross does play a role. The system, it's a tiered system where we have the National Referral Hospital, and it is fed by, or it is supported by district hospitals or regional hospitals. And at the community level, we have health centers or field clinics. These health centers provide health services through various modes. One, it's institutional, others are provided through voluntary or community-based health workers. And these voluntary health workers are given a stipend by government so that they are able to provide each household with preventive health services. Where the need arises, then they are referred to the health center. I just wanted to show this slide to indicate the number of churches that are playing a role in health service delivery. You can see that the AME church doesn't appear here on the left column, but we want to gradually make our presence felt so that in due time, either we'll be having health centers, but we have to start from scratch. I'll come to that in the next slide. This is how these health facilities are spread or distributed in the country. You can see again on the top where I said it's the lowland, top left of the map, you see that the distribution of the health facilities is a little bit condensed. But as you move towards the mountains, then the health facilities are spread out. Those pink or reddish dots are health facilities. This is the reason why as we move to the mountains, there's a spread out of these health facilities. The high mountain ranges, Lesotho is a very high altitude country. The high mountain ranges and pose as a challenge for villages or the population to be able to access this health facility. The topography is very, very difficult, very high altitude. My bishop and supervisor, when they drive up to the Lesotho Northeast Annual Conference, the supervisor was not very happy with the drive. It was a challenge for her because it's winding roads. You'll see a picture that I will share towards the end of my presentation. So this issue is a very, very big challenge, especially for the vulnerable population. That is the pregnant mothers, children, and the elderly. And as a result, the burden of disease, as I indicated earlier, due to communicable diseases, malnutrition, and infectious diseases, it's not very easy to manage. And not only that, the socioeconomic status, it's also one of the hindrances for equitable health service delivery or access to health services in Lesotho. I just gave you an example here. I'm a nutritionist actually by profession, and it is not necessarily deliberate that I'm going to be giving you an example of nutrition indicators, but this was work that I was involved in and I'm very comfortable sharing with people. You can see that with the lowest wealth quintile, the nutritional status is very compromised, where you get stunting levels amongst children under 5 at very high proportions. 46% of children were found to be stunted during the demographic health survey that was conducted in 2014 in Lesotho. And as you go higher with the wealth quintile, you see that the prevalence of stunting reduces. When you again look at the drivers behind this situation, you'll find that issues around access to food play a very key role. The dietary diversity of children, not only children, but even other vulnerable groups like the pregnant and lactating mothers and the elderly. The dietary diversity is compromised. One of the reasons being that the cost of food is very high. As you can see again from the map on the right, the food prices in the mountains, it's very high compared to in the lowlands. Consequently, households are not able to afford a recommended diet. Even the bare minimum, households are not able to afford even an energy-only diet as indicated in the map on the left, especially households in the mountain areas, the two pink areas here, Mokotlo and Tabateko. And this is where our church, the Lesotho Northeast Annual Conference, this is where we are found, while the rest is the Lesotho Annual Conference. Now, let's look at the stunting patterns in the context of geographical distribution. Again, the mountain areas are the most affected, where you find that the prevalence of stunting, it goes as high as about 40%. This is amongst children that are under 5 years of age, from 6 months to 5 years of age. And this is very high, even above the acceptable cutoff points that are globally stipulated by WHO. Now, as the church, as the AME church, what we have agreed to do through the Health Commission that I'm currently the director of, I saw that some of the members are participating in this training, was to identify where our churches are positioned so that we can go into partnerships with the churches, the denominations that I indicated owned health facilities. On this picture, on the top left picture, this orange arrow points at a hospital that lies very high up in the mountains in Lesotho. It is in one of this district, it's in Duchess Neck. This district is, this hospital is owned by one of the churches. And here in the middle of the picture is our facility, that is the AME church and a school. So we are suggesting as the Health Commission, let's collaborate with this hospital so that our facilities can be used to provide outreach health services. On a monthly basis, the hospital can bring the services here so that the vulnerable groups, that's the children under 5 years, pregnant and lactating mothers, elderly, can be able to access these services. You can imagine the minimum standards for WHO is that a health facility should not be beyond 2 hours walking distance. But you can imagine a young mother in Lesotho, the young girls start having children at around 15, they are already mothers. So you can imagine mothers with maybe 3 children who are under 5 years old. Probably the mother would even be pregnant, having to walk that long distance to access health services. So the church is saying, let's move these services, let's make our facilities available. And currently we are in the process of empowering, training and orientating focal persons in all the local churches to be our members of the Health Commission, so that they can start working with the communities, they can start working with the local authorities and even the health authorities to start mobilizing so that we can have these services closer to the people. We also have developed a concept note on how we will also be collaborating with the ministry, we call it the Ministry of Food and Agriculture in Lesotho, so that we use our facilities to train people to produce their own food, but even on the grounds of our facilities, we are also exploring possibilities of producing our own foods, vegetables, small animal husbandry. I was happy to hear that yes, the previous presenter was talking about chicken. We saw a very big procurement that was put out by USA on chicken farming in the Southern Africa region in Lesotho was included. The other maps, the other pictures are also similar to the one that I had posted on how we want to collaborate with other denominations. This last picture, it's also depicting our challenging topography. Though it is very beautiful, especially in winter, we are around the winter season now, you can see our beautiful snow-capped mountains, but people still have to walk these long distances to access services. Thank you very much. I will entertain the questions if there are any. and even complimentary additional comments from members of the Lesotho Health Commission or even the Lesotho AME Church if they are present. Thank you very much, Madam Supervisor.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Hanson. It's you make fun of me, but I was scared. Sister Morrison has placed in the chat, and she is a member of the Health Commission of Lesotho. Can this initiative leverage on Lesotho's policy of decentralization? Dr. Hanson, you're on mute. Is that question for Sister Morrison? Can you unmute? Is that question for me or is that for Dr. Hanson?
Oh, I thought you wanted Dr. Sister Morrison to respond to them because she's been doing a lot of work around decentralization as well. Yes, this would resonate quite well with the government of Lesotho decentralization policy. As currently the government is working on strengthening the district or even the local communities, the local authorities to be able to manage their own health issues. This is why we even asked Bishop and Dr. Burnett to assist us to officially extend the request for partnership with the local authorities, the district authorities to partner with us at that level. It is in the context of decentralization. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Hanson? Any ideas for assistance as they move through expanding the partnerships and work?
Is there anyone who would like to make a major donation to the Lesotho Health Commission? Just asking, you know, because we have not, because we ask not, and we have some wonderful partners here with us this morning. To God be the glory.
And there's also a way you can do regular monthly payments through PayPal.
Thank you, Sister Cynthia. One of the things that we note is that this model of combining the Lesotho and the Northeast Lesotho annual conferences in order to provide support is also one where, Dr. Hanson, can you speak to this, where they are leveraging different expertise in order to come together to build this partnership? Dr. Hanson, can you speak to the types of members of the Health Commission, what their field and occupation is?
Thank you. Our districts, let me just start here. I alluded to the recommendation that all local churches should establish focal persons. And not only that, even the districts do have health commissions. And our recommendation was that there should be a diversification of skills when we are making up these structures so that there'll be complementarity. I'll just make an example with the Lesotho Annual Conference Health Commission. We have health professionals, we have economists, we have governance specialists. And not only that, we are also urging all the commissions to have a gender balance and to incorporate young people into the system, because Lesotho is currently also experiencing facing high unemployment rates, as high as 33% amongst the youth. And we want our young people to be actively involved. And the government has fetched funding from the World Bank, IFAD, and the Japanese government to implement a food security program that incorporates youth and women. The intention is that they should go into agribusiness. And we are also positioning ourselves to be actively involved in that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sister Goodall, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Reverend Burnett. Dr. Henson, excellent report. Thank you so much. We learned so much. I'm curious, you said that there's a hospital. What's the distance from the hospital to the AME facility?
I'm not aware of the exact distance, but because of the challenges, the topography, going down and up the hills and having to cross the rivers and streams, it should be going beyond the minimum standard of 2 hours walking distance.
2 hours walking.
Yes, because there are no roads. The other challenges, access roads. But even if there would be roads, the communities or the villages would need to pay for the transport, and the economy is very bad. They would not be able to afford that. We have conducted studies, some of which I was involved in. And one of the deterrent factors for accessing health services was the affordability, economic affordability.
Is there any I'm sorry, is there any place between the hospital and the AME facility that could be used to serve as an intermediate health clinic or something?
I'll just make an example of one area where we have already initiated discussions with the Anglican Church. There is no intermediary place. The only way is that we arrange with the health facility to come in to use our services, because at the present moment, there are no services that are currently being offered. And even if they were, for us as the AME Church, we would not have the authority to engage on that.
Oh, thank you for that answer. I'm curious as to how Alzheimer's disease is addressed in Lesotho.
Do you want me to take that, Dr. Hanks?
Say that
Actually,
again.
How do you address Alzheimer's disease? I was talking to a physician, well, not a physician, a PhD who just returned from Ghana a couple of days ago, and she's working with Alzheimer's Ghana, and there are various thoughts about individuals who suffer from Alzheimer's in Ghana. They're thought of as witches and wizards, and they're cast out into other places, and it's real. It's real. So I was curious as to how individuals with Alzheimer's are considered or addressed in your country.
Okay, Lesotho, I think we are also having a similar experience with Ghana. However, Lesotho has I would say, a fairly robust mental health program. Across the country, there are mental health services, and through the earlier program that I talked about, the community health program, the community health workers have been trained on a package of services, basic preventative medicine or preventative health interventions, and those include mental health, how to identify the signs and what to do with that, and how to, there's a very big component on health education, on creating awareness amongst the people on the signs and symptoms of diseases, including, of course, Alzheimer's. It's one of the mental diseases of public health concern in the country. And incidentally, I have just undertaken a consultancy 2-year assignment with the Ministry of Health, and I was helping them to put together a package on provision of primary health care services.
Thank you again. And someone was talking about monthly donations to the 18th through PayPal. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's
so I thought it
PayPal,
was
Cash App, and Zelle.
okay. So I'll try PayPal because I don't have Cash App and my Zelle doesn't go through to
Once you make a
everywhere.
payment, Sister Rosalind, once you make a payment, it will ask you, would you like to continue? And then you can set the parameter. That way you don't have to remember.
Through PayPal, and I'll find it under the 18th Episcopal District, AME Church.
Dr.
If you put it in the chat, thank you so much. Thank you
Can
very
you put
much.
in the chat what you do? Because
Yes, ma'am.
that's not the way I do it. All right. Thank you so very much. The other thing that we are going to try to do is at some point do a mission trip via the Health Commission, but we're in the process of trying to figure out how to do that. So thank you so very much, Dr. Hanson. I think what we need to do is take a stand up and stretch break. After lunch, we get a little fatigued. Our breaks need to come a little closer together. Then we will hear from Sister Delight. I did it again. I had it in my head. We'll do both farm and gardens. That's it. We'll thank you. We'll do both farm and gardens right behind each other. We'll do the forage farm, and then Reverend Cavanis will come with the farm and garden ministry update for the Health Commission itself. So everybody stand for, turn your camera off if you have on pajamas. Stand and move around for 5 minutes. We'll come back just before 1:30. right, are we ready to resume? Are we back?
Let there be mushrooms.
Let there be mushrooms. I have your presentation all up and yes, ready? All right. This over here. See what I'm doing. All right. All right. I don't see her. Ah, there we are. All right. Bishop, will you please introduce Sister Tapasile? Because I'm gonna mess up the last name again.
And I'm gonna, put me on the spot for perfect pronunciation now. Nandamangla. Did I get it right?
Excellent.
Are you there? Is she there?
Unmute your, she's laughing at you.
Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me.
All right.
You got it all right. Yes,
Thank
Bishop,
you.
it's okay.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Thank you. I will even turn on my camera and see my sweatshirt this morning so that I can get my praise and celebration. This is the great visionary of the Kingdom of Eswatini. She is personally helping to transform communities by carrying out the vision that she proposed to the Health Commission for the mushroom garden. And she's going to tell you all about it. You will hear her passion and her excitement. And we are just excited. They've gone from nothing to 3 full-time employees and growing. And we are praying that we're going to get the grocery contract in the kingdom and be able to become major Jesus Jobs and Justice folks. So without further ado, let us hear from Sister Nandamangla.
Yes. Yes. Tapsile. Tapsile. Yes. Thank you, Bishop, for the introduction. And thank you, Supervisor. And I thank everyone who's here on the call for having me here at this time. Let me start with the background of mushrooms in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Yes. Mushrooms have been cultivated in the Kingdom of Eswatini since 2001 as part of a long-term program of the government, which sought to improve rural livelihoods through commercial production of non-conventional high-value commodities. The Ministry of Agriculture trained its officers and established a mushroom development unit in the research department in Malkens for production of oyster mushroom. The government was so specific on the type of mushroom to be produced in the country, considering the temperatures. They did a study before determining which product or which type of mushrooms will best suit the country. And attempting to give the oyster mushroom growing sector a prominent position in the Eswatini government, the Eswatini government offers free training in basic oyster mushroom production, extension services, high quality spawn mushroom seed at a very nominal fee. Not many subsectors have enjoyed this magnitude of support in the history of agriculture in Eswatini. Hence, an improved level of local mushroom production would be expected. However, indications on the ground suggest that otherwise, as production is still below the country's level of demand. Considering the prevailing conditions that favors oyster mushrooms production in the kingdom, There is a need to understand why many farmers are not participating in this enterprise. No empirical study has been carried out as yet.
CapEx Health Fair 2023. We're so delighted to have.
Oh, okay. I was saying no empirical study has been carried out as yet to provide answers to such questions, in spite of Eswatini importing more than 95 of locally consumed white mushrooms. Before I continue with this one, this I physically observed because I work for the Eswatini Revenue Service, where we are doing audits. So I happened to visit all the shops in the country and all inspections for goods coming in. I have the privy of seeing the documents and seeing everything that is coming through the country and what we exporting, and the production of the country. It goes with the revenue service. That's where I am, where we audit this companies. So then the government had a mandate. The mandate of the Mushroom Development Unit was that the unit has to promote the cultivation and consumption of mushrooms in the country, mainly the oyster mushrooms, as well as create employment opportunities in order to help alleviate poverty and malnutrition in rural communities, especially amongst women and the youth. The unit has to provide a one-day training for mushroom growers on oyster production, milling of the mushroom growing substrate, bagging and sprouting guidance, technical assistance on building of mushroom cropping houses, then monitor mushroom production at farmers' location. Then during the training, what the ministry usually share is that the health benefits of growing the oyster mushrooms. Then what they say is, one, the oyster mushroom boosts immune system. They say it improves strength and regulation. The product is protein rich and cholesterol free. And the oyster mushroom is also anti-cancer. The oyster have great health and medicinal benefits. That's what the ministry often share. Then our preamble is at Paul Queen, we are encouraged, empowered by the scripture reading from Acts chapter 9, verse 36 to 40, where verse 36 reads, at Joppa, there was a certain disciple named Tabitha, which is translated as Dorcas. This woman was full of God's work and charitable deeds, which she did. On verse 40 says, but Peter put them all out and knelt down and prayed. And turning to the body, he said, Tabitha, arise. And she opened her eyes. And when she saw Peter, she said, up. At Popin, we are therefore strong-minded to do good works and charitable deeds. Then Tabitha arise. Our research and intent for the project, before we actually, after the training and before we started everything, then we did our research and analysis. According to our research and analysis, we noted that mushrooms are mainly imported into the Kingdom of Eswatini. There is no oyster mushroom in the shops and countrywide, no imports of an oyster, because Swaziland is nearer South Africa and Mozambique. Then there are no imports of oyster. Then our intent is on members of the church at Popi, mostly are the youth and unemployed. Some family homesteads in the community have unemployed youth and elderly people. Therefore, our aim is to grow and sell the product in order to financially change the livelihoods of the church members and the community that is nearer to the church. That is to financially improve the individuals. That's the research and our intent for this project. Then again, on our intent is to help the sick and the elderly, because most of the members at Co-Queen are the youth and the elderly. We have a few who are middle-aged. So we need to help them to get a nutritional support. We intend to provide a mushroom soup after Sunday services to all who attend a Sunday worship with us. We intend to supply shops, supermarkets in the country, and our future plan is that should opportunities avail and our production increase to large volumes, we would consider exporting to neighboring countries. That is, if all conditions remain as per our research and study. We have noted that South Africa doesn't produce the oyster mushroom, and we do have nations that are interested in oyster mushroom, that is even in the country, and some are in places next to our country. There's the research and training. Then the Mushroom Development Unit, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, was then engaged to provide training and mentoring. The garden team was trained on how to produce mushrooms. And most of all, after the training, financial assistance for establishment costs were obtained from the AME Health Commission. We so much appreciate that support. Without this support from the Commission, we wouldn't be where we are. Appreciation also goes to our very own Bishop F. Brookins and our supervisor, Dr. Burnett, for their leadership, support, and guidance. And the Ministry of Agriculture provided guidance during the establishment of a mushroom shed and assistance in the first cycle of inoculation, incubation, fruiting, and of the product. The one shed we have is capable of hosting about 200 strong bags. That is according to recommendations received from the development unit. And yet we actually managed to house 700 to 1,000 bags in a cycle of 3 months, because the mushroom bags, they have to stay in the fruiting room for 3 months. Then you dispose them off and bring a new fruiting bags. This is due to challenges. Okay, the reason why we're having 1,000 bags in the cycle of 3 months, this is due to challenges faced of queues in the research office for inoculation and incubation. Okay, let's start with how it's done. The preparation and planting process. The inoculation stage is where we chop dry the dry substrate, mixing thoroughly and the substrate with wheat bran, then pack into plastic bags. Then we move those bags to sterilization stage. The substrate is in plastic bags is exposed to a sterilizer, which is a very high temperature boiling. It has to be consistently at 90 degrees Celsius for 3 hours with the mushroom bags inside. Then the inoculation stage. The sterilized bags are allowed to cool, then spawned, and then placed in a dark room that is warm. That is an incubation room for spawning. Each bag, the spawn has to colonize each and every bag for the bags to be taken out before it starts fruiting. The process may take about 4 to 5 weeks, after which the spawned bags are moved to the growing room. The growing room, that is the fruiting room, where we actually start harvesting the product. The fruiting room and marketing and sales. The fruiting room, once the growing media is fully colonized by the spawn, it is time for the mushroom to start fruiting. The bags are exposed to autumn-like conditions with fresh oxygen, high humidity, a low level light, and average temperatures inside the shed. The labor in the shed, in the garden, we have 3 young people employed full-time. And we also have other 3 who do not come often. They come when we're in the process of inoculation, yes, and sterilization, after which we keep the other 3 to come in on daily basis. the market. We currently supply one coffee shop in Manzini and the community, individuals in the area, and even individuals in the neighboring towns, the potential customers. We have 2 restaurants in Manzini who are so interested in the product. We also have OK Foods and 2 supermarkets to supply all the branches in the country. This supermarket, they like Pick and Pay and Spar in the country. They have their branches in all the towns we have in the kingdom. Then we have engaged them, and they are interested. They want the product because the current farmers we have in the country, they have challenges in supplying the shops because they put condition that you have to supply them in a bigger number, and yet there are challenges in producing these big numbers. So the current farmers we found in the line of oyster growing, they don't afford to meet this demand, and we are pushing and working towards that. We are working on producing the required quantity in spite of the challenges that we are faced with. The challenges, since the development unit was mandated by the government to train and mentor all citizens of the Kingdom of Eswatini, thus there is always a queue for inoculation. There is the grass cutting, the sterilization, the planting, and incubation. Inoculation and sterilization. The grass chopping, mixing substrate with wheat bran takes about 5 hours, and sterilization takes about 3 hours. That is a day's work for one farmer. This stage is dependent on quantities to be processed, but farmers are often guided by the ministry to work on 2 or 3 bales of grass at a given time. Should a farmer be given to work on 3 bales, it means the whole week is for that farmer, and there will be other following challenges. Okay, this service is provided by the development unit to the nation. The cycle of this inoculation and sterilization, the cycle the rotation or queues goes such that the waiting can take 1 or 2 months. But then for chopping only, just going to the development unit for chopping the grass only, the queue is very, very much reasonable. The challenges on incubation. This process takes 4 to 5 weeks, and sometimes it is 6-7 weeks, depending on the season. In winter, it takes a longer time because it's cold, because the room, it has warm. So in winter, it takes a longer time for incubation than it does in summer. When the darkroom is full, farmers have to wait until some spawn bags are fully colonized and moved out for fruiting. So it means this one room we have in the Ministry of Agriculture, when it is full, all farmers in the country has to wait. This service is also provided by the government, and the cycle is long because of the time frame for the bags to stay in the dark room for inoculation, for sprouting, or colonizing all the bags. The medication. We have been talking about inoculation. That's the starting point of the farming. The grass chopping queue is very minimal, especially if the farmer will only come chop the grass and take it to the garden or personal location where you will do all the next steps. The sterilization, that's the second step. Each farmer takes about 3 hours for sterilizing 400 bags. This service is provided to the nation. So each and every farmer given 3 hours, so it's just like a nightmare to stand in that queue. And thus there is a queue, and we have opted to take the chopped grass to our premises and mix, then sterilize using drums. It is doable. It's just that the drums are 50 liters. And the 50-liter drums takes about 400 bags at a time, while the sterilizer in the research office is capable of taking 400 bags at once. But then, because the sterilizer is used by the nation, so even though it takes a bigger portion, but it's not working for us because everyone has to wait. Although although our workaround is also challenging and tiring, it is better than waiting on the queue. Mitigation of the incubation room. The mitigation, to mitigate this challenge, we converted a certain room in a certain house in a homestead to be our incubation room. But then, with assistance from our supervisor and the bishop, we have started construction of the incubation room next to the shed. This will help us increase our fruiting. This will help us increase our production because we'll have it next to the shed and do everything in the shed, next to the shed. We only go to the Ministry of Agriculture for the inoculation or the grass cutting, chopping, then take our grass to Pole Queen. And on the fruiting in the mushroom, there were challenges. Winters are cold at Pole Queen. Thus, when the shed was established, a cooking area was built to boil water for steam to increase temperature levels inside the shed, especially during cold weathers. Sometimes we buy firewood for boiling the water that is used inside the shed. Yeah, on our next slides, we're showing the sprout bags. They have been sterilized. They are now in the incubation room. The one we are building, it has to be fitted with the shelving for the bags to sit properly. Like this shed is in the Ministry of Agriculture. This is where everyone in the country is putting their bags for colonization by the sprouts. Then we have, next to that, we have our bags that have started the fruiting. That's the fruiting where they have started, they are in the shed now. They have been moved from the incubation room. They have been fully colonized by the sprout. Then we take it to our shed. Yes, on the next slide, it is me and two young people who are working on full-time basis in the shed. We are missing one. He was not here. He moved out to a shop when we took these pictures, but actually they are three. When our bishop was there, yeah, he was present. And in our following slide, we're showing the shed. And next to the shed, we have the cooking area. That's where we're boiling the water for the steam that has to be put or moved to the shed to warm the shed so that it doesn't have to be below 16 degrees for the fruits to grow. Next to that, we have the local pastor and the presiding elder. They are in the this one.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. On this slide, we have the presiding elder, the pastor, and we have our Sunday school. Behind them is one of the elderly people we have at Pole Queen. They were here to receive the bishop. And on the next slide, we have supervisor, and the bishop was received by the young people and the elderly. Those who were here mostly are the elderly people we have. Most of them, their children passed on, and some passed on during COVID, and some had accidents, they passed on a long time ago, and they were left with children. And some of these Sunday school children are for the elderly people. They live with the elderly people because their parents passed on. Then in our next slide, we're happy to show you and share with you that what we're presenting was actually inspected, or we had a visit from the bishop, and next to her is the local pastor and the presiding elder of the district. Next to them, we're showing the elderly with the bishop and the young people. Then our supervisor was at the entrance of the shed. She was about to do the inspection when after fruiting, what happens when they have harvested. Then on the next slide, those are the young people I was referring to. They were showing the supervisor how they clean the mushroom after harvesting, before they clean the mushroom, before packaging and weighing according to the grams, because we're selling in 200 grams to each and every individual. So here they were showing the supervisor the process, what happens. Then having all that said, our relationship with the development unit, the Ministry of Agriculture, is gradually improving. This we say the development unit continuously do surprise inspections and guidance. The development unit has referred training farmers to come for physical learning, how to establish a shed, and how fruiting is done or harvesting is done in the fruiting room. They also learn how to maintain conditions inside the fruiting room and harvesting. And another group that was brought is the university students from the Department of Agriculture. They are studying agriculture. They have been referred by the development unit to come for training practicals in our shed, because it is nearer, the shed is nearer to the university where the students are. And they recommend, the unit often recommends our shed for other people to see, for the kingdom, for other people who are still learning to see how they can do their own. Projections are projections. There is a great need to increase the quantity produced on daily basis to at least 1,000 kilograms a day. This will help us meet the demand of the shops or of the supermarkets we have. There is a need for a sterilizer. Availability of a big sterilizer can contribute to effective inoculation and thus increase production. There is a need for an incubation room. It is necessary that we finish the construction of the incubation room that we have just started, and we need to have fittings therein in order to increase spawned bags, and thus production will increase. Definitely, we can be able to cover the country by supplying the shops, because we need to deliver the product in the headquarters of the shops so that they distribute to all their branches in the country. They have agreed to that. It's just that we don't, at the moment, we don't have the required quantities. The production needs to be increased to meet the demand for supply to the hotels, restaurants, coffee shops in the country. Our other projection is our wish. We so wish to increase the number of full-time employees in the near future. When production is high, contracts have been signed with consistent big customers, supermarkets, hotels, and coffee shops, then we can increase full-time employees. Because in the area, the community, most of the youth are unemployed. If we can have almost all resources readily available for our own use, many young people in the area can be employed, and thus we would have alleviated poverty and improved livelihoods in the community. Our intent is to help alleviate poverty, malnutrition in the community, especially amongst women and the youth, for the sake of the youth and elderly and the children. Therefore, I thank you for your time and the privilege given to present our story at Paul Queen. We thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Let's see. Here we go. All right. There are a couple of questions in the chat. Is there any wastage in the business? And does increase in production suggest expansion of the facility? Do you need to expand the facility in order to increase production? Let's start there.
Yes, supervisor. If we can have all the necessary, at the moment, if we need to fill up the present share, because according to recommendations from the Ministry of Agriculture, they say we have a big enough shed. It's just that because of the queue, we are unable to fill up the present shed, because the present shed can produce more than 50 kilograms a day, which can really work for the country, which we can supply a number of shops. But we need to have what we don't have currently in place is what is our start with the help of the supervisor. We have started with the construction of the incubation room. That's the first challenge. Then another challenge we stated is that of the sterilizer, because currently we're using these small drums. If we can have a bigger sterilizer, that will mean we will be able to increase the production that will fill the present shade before we can start adding a shade and thus adding the number of people who needs job, who are looking forward to be employed in the church or in the project. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And the timeline for purchase as well as cost of the increased drum size is what?
For the bigger sterilizing process, I haven't engaged the Ministry of Agriculture, but I was working on finishing of the construction of the incubation room. Then the Ministry of Agriculture, I think they can guide us well on how we can construct or buy these huge things that can be able to maybe boil about 200 bags at once. If we can boil 200 bags at once in one sterilizer, because now we're currently boiling 50. If we can increase the quantity boiled or sterilized, then it will mean we will be able to fill up the shed in a given period. Then if you fill up the shed in a given period, that increases production. Then for supplying more shops, more supermarkets, then we had planned initially that we need to have 2 sheds, but we haven't started on that one because we have yet not filled the present shed to capacity according to what the ministry is saying. Looking at the size of the shed, they say the shed is underutilized at the moment because of the challenges we have in the process. Because following the process, we can't do as anyone wishes because of the queues, because the unit is used by everyone in the country. So we need to have a workaround in our premises.
So the new buildings will address the queue issue.
Yes, supervisor, yes.
Okay, all right. Are there any other questions? Reverend Natalie?
So I wanted to thank you so much for all the information that you've shared with us. I especially thank you for helping to educate us on the nutritional benefits of mushrooms, that the fact that they have protein in them and they're anti-cancerous. It's really growing in the US, more people learning more about mushrooms. I was wondering, you'd mentioned that possibly other countries were interested. So what are the shipping requirements for the oyster mushrooms? Like how far can they travel? How long? Does it require cold storage?
I think for exporting it it can be easier or quicker to neighboring countries. If a country is far, like Lesotho, say, Lesotho is still in within our reach, but it is far, unlike South Africa and Mozambique. When we have harvested today, it is a fresh like vegetable. It's like lettuce. You see, when you have harvested lettuce, you can't keep it in the fridge for more than 5 days before consumption. So if you're taking it to South Africa, may need a refrigerator, keeping it in, then taking it the very same day to South Africa. Then if you're taking it to countries far than South Africa, it may need to be dried up before exporting. I don't think it will. I think it can be expensive taking the fresh mushrooms to countries that are far than South Africa. Or yes, they can. The vegetable can be taken, but it may need or it may require other additional resources to be in place.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering about whether they need to be dried. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, they can be dried.
Is Brother Glover still on?
Yes, I am.
Is this one of those potential areas that we can investigate and potentially get funding to help us with you're nodding your head, so we're moving into something here, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I would definitely have to call on my colleagues over at the Foreign Ag Service to see what the potential would be for trade and moving it from the kingdom to other locations. But I'll definitely try to put us in contact with the right people. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions or possibilities for expansion? Going once, going twice. Thank you so very much. Your work is phenomenal. I was the training today was talking about advancement through public health partnerships. Can we see how working with all of the entities that we've talked about today help our churches with their work? This is an example of Ministry of Agriculture. The previous presentation was work with Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health. And so we can see how, and then you add in the Department of Commerce and that potential expansion. So this was the theme for the day. And now we move to having Reverend Carolyn Cavanis, talk to us more now. I just highlighted you about our farm and garden ministry in general. And Reverend Cavanis, do you need to be co-hosted?
That would be great if possible.
Sister Cynthia, can you do that? For some reason, it won't let me.
And also if we're able to co-host Reverend Dr. Jennifer Oliver.
I thought I saw her come on. Sister Cynthia?
Well, I can get
okay,
started.
Reverend Cavanis, you are co-hosted. Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Burnett. Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening also, as I know we have sisters and brothers across the seas with us, and certainly also to Bishop Brooklands. And this has really been a great, impactful day, and it's really great to see the ways in which this work is just so integrated, and it's so interdisciplinary, and it's bringing everything about us and the work that we've been called to do within the International Health Commission. So thank you for the opportunity to come and to share and to give some updates around the work of the Farm and Garden Ministry under the auspices of the International Health Commission in church And just want to, and I really appreciated Dr. Hanson, the way in which we talk about this work of food security, of food justice, food empowerment, land usage and preservation. And so I think it's important in this work that these are really the word, a lot of the nomenclature is using food insecurity, food deserts. But as we are the leaders in this and taking charge of this work, that we are in the business of security for our congregants and our communities. It's about accessibility to food, which is different than saying that for many of our churches are in deserts, but we're in the business of food access, and that it's about food empowerment. And so as Fannie Lou Hamer says that, I'm gonna paraphrase her, if I had my own pig, my own land, you can't stop me. You don't have control over me. And then also in the work of food justice, and especially as we're seeing many of the barriers that existed before COVID have now been put back in place with SNAP benefits here in the US, for example, even with farmer vouchers that, folks may receive. But it's one thing to receive the voucher, but if you have nowhere to go use it, right? There isn't a farmer's market that I can get to by foot, and I'm relying on a grandkid to come pick me up and hope they come and don't rush me for what I need to do for the day. And then also about land usage. And we know as a Black institution,
Is she frozen for anyone else, or is it just me?
She's frozen.
It's frozen.
Frozen. I thought it was just my internet.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say. She was having trouble earlier.
And now she's gone. Dr. Oliver, can you start with your presentation and then we'll move back?
In the meantime, I'm going to confess that I cut the flowers off the top of my collard greens, Dr. Oliver, and I don't know what's going to happen to my plant. Okay. So everybody knows this is not a good situation.
Hi, Supervisor. I am restarting my computer now. My computer just shut down as well. I'm actually on my phone.
All right. I tell you what I will do. I will shift to the COVID statement while you both try to get back in. All right. Is that all right with everyone? So that Bishop can
sounds good.
Get her advice on what to do with her collard green plant. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Reverend Cavaniss back. Reverend Cavaniss, are you back?
yes, I'm in the church. I thought I'd be secure on their Wi-Fi. Guess not. So I'll make this quick. So I don't know what part I ended, or I think I was talking about words matter, about how we talk about this work. Okay, and I'll be sure that this PowerPoint, but let me hold on, and I'm going to turn my screen off as well to try to help as well. So 1 second. Oh wait, can I have sharing privileges? Or Jen, you could also share and I could talk as well if
she's
you're
having
able
the
to
same
share.
problem.
Okay.
Sister
Alrighty,
Cyn-
so
yeah, there you go. No.
okay.
Cynthia, can you co-host her again? There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so it's talking about our words matter. And so food security, food access, food empowerment, food justice, and then also speaking to land usage and preservation. So how we're using our land as sons and daughters of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Okay. What I also want to lift up is in this work, and I've been very much enlightened in this space. One of the key pieces that we've been talking a lot about is around getting our congregations and also our members to just grow. So in this, if you will, food production, and also in the space of preparation and consumption. But the reality is that this is a food system movement. So it's one piece just to produce it, but it's another, if, for example, in how we, Reverend Natalie, what do we do with the food? How is it getting prepared, right? I use something where I say, we'll have maybe some broccoli crowns, right? And then we'll bring a whole bunch of ranch dressing. And I use an adage and I say, but you've taken all the nutrition out, right? By the time you dump the ranch on it or dump all those dipping sauces, and people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, it had nutritional value, but think about how you're countering that by what you're putting on it, right? Or what we're serving it with even, okay? Also, there's something about the purchasing, right? And so I'm going to speak a moment to, which I think would be a great something to think about in this coming balance of this year, even our food pantries, right? Our food distribution points. When we go to purchase, where are we purchasing from? Are we going to big box stores? Or are we considering a local farmer, right? There's really a lot of movement now around soil health, right? Even, the kind of soil and where are people getting their seeds from and what kind of pesticides are they using, right? That are creating other kinds of challenges and other kinds of issues, right? And so for us to be in that every church, each of us, in fact, we all play a different part. So it might be where there's a congregation that has has a largesse of land, but then there's maybe a church right down the road that has a huge commercial kitchen, right? We also know that there's something to be said, that there's something about giving people the food, but then how do they prepare it? Or maybe I'm of such an age that I don't want to cook anymore, but I want a good meal. And for many of us, we know that our churches, aside certainly from the religious aspect, it also is a delivery where people know, and certainly before COVID, I knew I could get a good meal there. And so I think there's something else for us to really be cognizant. So how do our local congregations, where do we sit, if you will, in this food system, in this production line? What part am I playing? And also being sensitive. So something we encourage with all of our farms, people who, folks who are growing, if you're producing it, okay, but what is, are we giving out recipe cards? Are we growing what we know our folks will gravitate to, right? One year we did a whole bunch of tomatillos here and they went to waste because it didn't really connect well. And so being cognizant of what we're, even in our food pantry work, and I know sometimes I work with agencies that are giving us their food that's left over, or this is what came out, but if it doesn't work for our people, then it's creating other kinds of issues. And this also, I'll speak to in a moment as well, is this notion around resource and waste recovery. I was in Chicago 2 months ago, was actually at an African-American barbecue joint, and the gentleman had I'm going to call it a trifecta of a garbage system. So he had part of the trash, just, was put your glass plastic, then there was a regular trash, and then he had composting. And many of us may have already grown up with some of that. Trust me, friends, and I know Brother Glover will definitely, I think, check this off. That this is where this is coming to, is around how we are handling our waste. Okay, so just want to put this and put this before us, and then again looking to all the different ways in which that we're engaged in this work of food justice, food access, food delivery. Okay, how it talks about education, even the social determinants of health, right? How all of this intermingles with the our housing, land access. Okay, if I'm hungry, I how am I going to be able to listen to you, right? And that's a very real. Okay, how is food prepared? How is food stored? What were the conditions under which this food was grown? Okay, and it's okay to ask, well, how did you grow it? Where did it come from? Where did the seeds come from? Okay. And again, speaking to, and so we are all a part of the food system as consumers, through the work of our food pantries and also in the work of food production. And we know that there's a lot of work to do. So where are we going from here? Where are we growing? One is, we are excited that we have close to 60 gardens that have identified themselves through the AME Farm Garden database. We know there are a lot more, and so we will continue to send out that link because we want to catalog. But one key piece is certainly we're in the food growing movement, but also rethinking our food pantries. As a cleric, I hear many times from colleagues, oh yes, we have a food pantry and we serve 100 families a week. And I think that's, and I'm not attesting that is not, but if it's the same 100 families every week, something's wrong. There's a root cause. And that should not be seen, in my opinion, as a badge of honor. We should really want to see that number come down. And or in our food pantry, food distribution work, are we really meeting people at their point of need? So what is our intention? Where are we coming to this space? Okay. The second piece is also, and this is definitely in Reverend Natalie's aisle, is how we reimagining our meals and our food opportunities. So when we have opportunity for after service, the lay is having a dinner or the fish fries, right? Something I have in our local congregation, we always keep bottles of water around, even if it's the little 8-ounce bottle, and we always have a salad. Even if it's just a little cup, the little souffle cup, okay? Anything to expose that it's part of just, I think, because if it's accessible and it's there, okay? And been very, very grateful for opportunities to connect with, chefs and other, to help with the food, what are some healthy ways of not doing the ranch dressing, but maybe I can do that with cottage cheese. I don't know, I'm just making something up, okay? But for us to really, and I want to lift up this word, which I'll speak to now when I talk about an integrated food system. So it's one thing about honoring creation and then to cultivating, but also I want to spend a moment about choice. I detest, this is me personally now as Carolyn, when people hand me a plate of food. Because there's some things on that plate of food that I'm not going to want. And a lot of people, I think we all know now, are very sensitive now a bit about their palate, right? About, I don't want beef, or I had beef yesterday, okay? So for us to be sensitive about when we're having these meal opportunities or going to the banquets, okay? What choice do I have? Or is it putting on the, just putting out the menu? This is the menu for today. I know it's a little bit more work, but think about the amount of waste that we are creating. And especially when, for many of us, we're in communities where there are people right outside the door that would love to have what's on our plate. And so I grieve when I see the amount of food that's going into the trash that could have possibly, and so even in our food pantries, there's something about choice, especially given that food for many who may be in a system where you don't have choice, at least let me have an option as to what I want to eat, what I want today, because so much of my life has already been taken from me. So I'm just asking us to reimagine, and we'll do some more work. Reverend, Dr. Jen and I have been talking about this a lot, but this notion of choice. No, we don't eat rice in our house, but can we get some more vegetables? Or we had a reception here in the first district a couple weeks ago, and there was no baked option. Everything was fried. So for us to be sensitive, okay, also about the consumption and then the composting. So it's kind of moving through the C. So from creation to cultivating to choice, consumption, and then composting. Also that this is calling on us for intergenerational involvement and engagement. Mr. Glover pushed it before. Way in which this food system is going, we already see what the cost of, we all have seen the rise of food cost. It is causing for much of what we as a people knew. Remember, we were people of the land, of having to, if you will, reclaim that which is already ours. Natural agriculture didn't start. This has been going on for centuries. And so it's been amazing to watch, and even in this work of certain, generations, well, oh yeah, I remember that as a kid, or I remember doing that. So it's okay to have our hands in the ground. And then also it's one thing to do it, but it's another piece about how we are doing it. Okay. And so the sustainable practices, we engage in what we call natural agriculture. So no pesticides. We use, very clear about, we welcome the bees, we welcome the nature. Okay. If that squirrel needed the apple, it's okay. Okay. We welcome all of that, because think about it, we also are disturbing their ecosystem. Okay, so how can we be friendly neighbors with all a part of God's creation? And so and we'll be working with our local farms and gardens, because there are some practices I'm a little concerned about. Okay, it's one thing, yes, we're growing. It's great to have seeds in the ground, but it's also about all those other pieces that go with it. Okay. Dr. Jen, is there anything you want to add to before I proceed and close up, if you can?
No, you hitting everything.
Okay, thank you. You trained me well.
Oh no, we're together.
All right, and this is just a list, and we'll send this out, of the churches that have identified themselves. This was as of March 25th. We know that there are others. We also are a partner with Black Church Food Security Network. So there's probably another 20 or so. And then I'm just amazed to see on Facebook, churches that are growing, putting things in the ground. And so we'll be working, but we'll send this out. If you know of other churches and congregations throughout the connection, we want to identify them, because the idea is that eventually we would have like a major map, right, where we can say, and we can highlight all the different places where we have AME farms and gardens. And so I want to talk a little about action. So we have this amazing newsletter that we produce, send out information. In fact, we sent out one yesterday. For those who are on the East Coast, you may have heard that we've been impacted by the Canadian wildfire, and there were some concerns about produce, right? And certainly for those who are workers of the land. And so we have sent out information like, this is what you should do with your, we highlighted the People's Garden and asking folks, but also we want to also collect a listing of AME farmers and AME individuals who garden. Okay. I am convinced that we have to have AME farms. I'm sure we may even have legacy farms, and legacy farms are farms which have been in existence for over 100, centennial farms, if you will. And so if you know of individuals, it's one thing, yes, we have the church database, but we also want to collect persons who are individuals and also who have formal farms. Also, again, we continue to partner, with the Black Church Food Security Network, and they do have resources that are available. And so these are the action points that we are asking our churches and allies in this work to be on board with us. And so if it's okay, Dr. Burnett, if we're able to share maybe today's list, and we can add them to that database, that way you can receive all the different materials that we send out and meeting opportunities. And let me see, I think I have one other. It's exited me out. Okay.
I have dropped into the chat the registration form for the Farm and Garden Ministry. So that we can take advantage of that as well. Can you put the link for the newsletter also in the chat?
Yes. Yeah, I'll put it in there. Okay. And then also, again, that we have also been working with the YPD. They have a actual competition during their quadrennial session. And they've had some teams, I think it's about 12 teams that are growing and doing experiments with, growing and the process. And just anecdotally, there was a couple of groups where their crops didn't quite work out the way they wanted to. So they wanted to start all over. And so we had a conversation that's part of farming. It's trial and error. And in fact, that there's such a thing, and Mr. Brother Leslie will could speak to this. There's such a thing as crop insurance. So there are farmers, right, who've been able to recoup because there's been loss because of either, climate or a pest. And so, the process of, we also are looking for opportunities for value added project. within the auspices of this work, and then also just serving as a resource for our churches across the connection. So the technical assistance, if there are funding opportunities or partnerships, everyone should be connected with their local extension offices, which have proven to be very resourceful. And then also that this work also works and lends itself to conversations around environmental and climate justice. And so this work is very interdisciplinary, and it's bringing, I think, so much that we've been talking about, we've been trying to employ down through the years. And so that's all I have to share. And I'll share out and I'll put some links in the chat, but happy to entertain if there's any questions, any thoughts. And thank you, Bishop, for in the chat. It's a privilege to be able to turn down food. Let us find ways to create less waste. Thank you for that, Bishop.
Are there any questions for Reverend Cavanis? Any further discussion need to be held other than let's move?
I need her contact info, please. If you put it back up on the screen.
Oh, yes,
She's gonna drop it into the chat.
Wonderful. Thank you. I see it.
You're welcome. All right.
The other piece, just real quick, Dr. Burnett, is the work of Greater Garth and Dallas with Dr. Bradford has been recognized by the USDA. So they received a very gracious grant for their work. And I just received word that our farm here at Bethel Church of Ardmore will be awarded from the Pennsylvania USDA NCRS folks. And part of that also, it doesn't matter what size, even as an individual, please go get a USDA farm number. Okay. And it's a very easy process. And so we'll actually maybe we'll do like a little primer on that, because then you're registered. And then especially for individuals and organizations, there's some opportunities that are available, but also it puts you literally on the map. So think about 100 years from now, someone from, would say, wow, that little lot next to Bethel Church at 163 Sheldon Lane was a garden. Now, who knows what it'll be 100 years from now, but it institutionalizes that presence. Okay. And so we will be working to have our, and that also to tell the story of what our land, where to come from, what was its usage prior, and then also the contribution that it's making now to the overall environmental ecosystem. So.
Absolutely correct. Thank you so very much. I'd also like to note another comment that was put into the chat that about healthy meals being food budget versus health menus being a conflict for churches that host annual conference. And I understand that, but the question becomes, what is and this is the question we need to raise, is the cost of a meal, a healthy meal, versus the cost of a funeral, or having to care for illness. And it's pay me now or pay me later. Pay me now or pay me later. The church is the one place that the thing that caused people to die early is the thing we serve at the repast. And so this becomes essential for us. If we can grow our own fruits and vegetables, and we can serve those in a real way, so that we can grow enough to be able to and decrease the cost if we are providing it ourselves. That's my soapbox for the day.
And couple that and just having choices. So we should always have a baked option. We also know you can't do collard greens, right? Because as the only vegetable, because of some challenges that folks have if they're taking a certain medication. So what is it to have a green salad or to have green beans? And then the way in which we're cooking it, right? So maybe that could be a really cool project. Maybe we come with some sample annual conference menus Because sometimes I think maybe we're just doing things, this is what we know we've been doing all the time, but haven't thought about, but for us to be sensitive, because remember, we have gluten, you've got sciatic, you've got, there's a lot of range of no carb movement, so how do we really having to diversify, the ways in which in the food offerings that we have available and how, and they're, and how we do that. But to give people plates of food and say, this is, that kind of, I cringe at that, so.
One of the things that I used to say all the time was, when you serve something I cannot eat, you've asked me not to attend. Or we're asking people to make themselves ill in order to participate in something that's supposed to be a fellowship. So, Reverend Natalie, this is your area of expertise, and I see your hand.
I was going to say, Dr. Burnett, not only that, you've often said too that we have, and to what you just said, we have people who are sick in our congregations, and you just made that point, and we do have to offer healthier food choices. And Reverend Cavanis, to your point, let's talk about having some short webinars where we partner between the farm and gardens and how to cook. Let's offer that as a series. So let's talk more about that so that we can keep raising that information. And yes, Bishop, again, mushroom, chicken, vegetables. Oh, okay, a dish. And learning more how to cook a variety of foods. Like I was saying, I love the presentation. Mushrooms are growing so much. I don't know if you've all seen all the different recipes coming out in the US, learning more about mushrooms. So there's a lot that we can come together in these presentations to do.
Reverend Natalie, can you just mention a culinary RX for a second?
Yes, also, yes. So we have a wonderful program. We've had it for years. Maybe over 10 years, but we have Culinary RX, AME Culinary RX. You can enroll in it on our website. And again, it teaches you exactly what Reverend Cavanis was talking about, how to cook the food that we're growing from the ground. It also goes into the nutrition information, what nutrients are in the food, because we don't know what we don't know. How many of us knew that mushrooms have protein in it? Mushrooms also have vitamin D. All of this helps you with your immune system. So it talks about that and then teaches you how to cook a variety of foods that grow from the ground. So I encourage you as an individual, as your churches, as your Episcopal districts, presiding elder districts, to enroll in it. And once you enroll, you have lifetime access in it. And we do update it periodically. As a matter of fact, most recently, we added something called, I don't have the exact name, but it's something like Sunday Soul Food. So it offers you some ways to cook those collard greens without pork in it. Thank you, Dr. Burnett.
You're welcome. There are a couple of questions in the chat.
Let's see. Yeah, is there ways in which help available for clearing land and preparation? Certainly. So if you're more than welcome to reach out. So what we, one is we always turn to our the extension office. The USDA has field offices. There's also, by way of the Black Church Food Security Network, our network, Rotary Club, service out, there's agricultural, degree areas. And so if you have local, colleges and universities in your area, so there are ways in which, and then also, I'm working with an AME Zion church. We had to go to a commercial because when I went to go see the site, there was just no way the volunteers are going to be able to clear it out. So we just went to, the local, and we try to do Black as much as possible, gentleman, and he's going to clear out the site because I just knew there would be no way with the, with the weeds and the trees that was just so. And I also think about some other opportunities for even fundraising that could be of assistance. So feel free to reach out. You're more than welcome, and we can.
And one of the things that we often don't remember is the big box stores all have veterans programs that will come and do that work for you if you have a veteran that will benefit. So that's how we got the land cleared at New Bethel and Willow Grove, is we partnered with one of the big box companies. They brought their equipment and leveled the plain. Because one, the pastor was a veteran, me, and we had 7 or 8 others. And so that was their veteran outreach. They came Veterans Day, and that's what they did. So that's other options there. Is there is that regarding any local church community garden, the USDA farm number? The local church community garden can get a farm
Yes.
number, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And
You would work through your county, and then you would call that your county, and then they're all supposed to have like a county executive director, if you will. Dr. Jen?
Yeah, I just want to just address Dr. Hanson's comment. That's something I think that Reverend, I want to reiterate it. She says, Dr. Hanson says, what comes to mind is, I think in regarding to your comment about food waste, what comes to mind is that those that are producing abundance should consider exploring food processing, packaging, and partnering with large-scale farmers that are selling to large market outlets. So I just want to say that's absolutely something that we are, that's definitely one of my niche areas, and that's definitely something that we are encouraging churches we are giving them education and helping them to know, hey, you don't just have to be a producer. You can see yourself as being a food processor, or someone who distributes foods, or somebody that stores food. So actually closing the gap in that circle that Reverend Kavanaugh, the food system circle that Reverend Kavanaugh has showed on the slide, getting people to see themselves in the most appropriate place, not just as, not just having a garden, not just being a producer. So yes, definitely, Dr. Hanson, that is definitely something that we are exploring in terms of ways to eliminate food waste.
excellent. Are there others? All right. We are down to the last. Thank you very much, Reverend Cavanagh. Thank you, Dr. Oliver, for being with us today. She is now a part of us. It's a wonderful thing to have an expert. This is her field of study and field of work, to be able to be a part of our system. Thank you, Reverend Cavanagh, for all that you do, bringing forward. We also look forward to you pulling that group together so that we can meet with Brother Glover regarding USDA, and as well as the international work that we can do around this topic. Thank you. All right. We are down to the last piece, and all I'm going to do is read the statement. Where did I do with it? Here it is. There have been many commission saying now about COVID. And on the 1st of June, we issued a statement. Let me move it so I can read it. And so after I drafted it, the task force has approved it in its entirety. The summary of it is just, we are not changing. But let me read why. Although the governmental public health emergency, can you see the screen? Am I sharing? Okay. Although the governmental public health emergency declarations around the globe have been lifted, it is important to note that the PHEs only release resources meant to handle an actual or potential public health crisis. It does not mean that the cause of the crisis is gone. It does mean that the additional funding and human resources are no longer available. COVID still remains a threat. This is particularly true of the most vulnerable populations. Please continue to remain safe. Therefore, the IHC remains committed to monitoring the prevalence of incidences and providing education and resources. Moving forward, localized outbreaks are still possible, and the fact is COVID-19 is here to stay. Globally, According to the World Health Organization, as of the 31st of May, 2023, there were 179,431 new cases and 931 new cases reported in the previous 7 days. The vaccination rate on the continent of Africa remains moderate to low in many countries. As reported by the UN on the 5th of May, the head of the UN World Health Organization has declared with great hope an end to the COVID-19 as a public health emergency, stressing that it does not mean the disease is no longer a global threat. He also stated that last week, quote unquote, COVID-19 claimed a life every 3 minutes. And that's just the deaths we know about. He further stated, he said the virus first made a public health emergency of international concern by the WHO chief on the 30th of January, 2020, was here to stay. It is still killing and is still changing. The risk remains of new variants emerging that cause new surges in cases and deaths. He reminded that he was speaking thousands around the world continue to fight for their lives in intensive care, and millions more will live for the foreseeable future with debilitating effects of post-COVID conditions or so-called long COVID. Pertinent to the US, the fact sheet entitled HHS announces HHS Bridge Access Program for COVID-19 vaccines and treatments to maintain access to COVID-19 care for the uninsured, dated April 18th, reiterates that COVID-19 remains a key public health priority for the administration. It further indicates a goal to ensure that all Americans have continued access, easy access to COVID-19 vaccines, vaccinations, and treatments, regardless of insurance status. Please refer to this statement and the most recent FAQ regarding waivers and flexibilities. That hyperlink is in that document, which is distributed a lot of places at this point. Therefore, the AME Church International Health Commission states that the global AME Church will need to remain vigilant and utilize the reopening of church guidelines in its phased approach. Please continue to do all that you can do to remain safe. That includes wearing masks in spaces where safe distancing cannot be maintained. The IHC Communicable Diseases and Immunizations Ministry will continue to, 1, update the vaccine immunization program description for recommended vaccinations in an effort to maintain an atmosphere of prevention. 2, monitor flu, monkeypox, and RSV and any additional diseases that need monitoring. 3, evaluate and educate regarding local and regional considerations for churches and communities. 4, stress basic elements that must be undertaken, including maintaining good hygiene, like proper hand washing techniques, and keeping up healthy habits that will boost your immune system, i.e. keep immunizations current, eat healthy, exercise, rest, and attempt to reduce stress. This submitted by your International Health Commission COVID-19 Task Force.
And as I said last week, what we will not do as the International Health Commission is serve as your health police. Praise the Lord. We are trusting you to protect your own health.
All right. Already 2 questions in the chat. The majority of Los Angeles has COVID and she was up to date with vaccines. Oh, the mayor, I presume that says mayor? Mayor of Los Angeles has.
Karen Bass.
It depends on how, one of the things that's happening is there's been a statement about how long ago was your last vaccine, because the COVID continues to change. Oh, how I miss Dr. Fuller. It continues to mutate. It continues to have variants. And so vaccines, although will protect us from those who have them from dying or help us not to die, it does not stop us, and nor did vaccines ever say they would stop us from getting COVID. It was a matter of how sick we became. And it's still that. And then the next question is, Dr. Burnett, do we mandate mask wearing in church service? I'm wearing mine, but some members don't want to wear them. See Bishop Francine's statement.
No policing, no policing, no policing, no policing. We have too many health commission members getting attacked because people refuse to protect their own health. And so the health commission is providing you information. We're providing you cutting edge, essential information that is always reliable. But we're going to stand there and watch you kill yourself. We're not going to try to stop you. Okay. Thank you.
You getting it in?
Reverend Baker, okay, you put yourself on mute. Are there any others? All right. We are now down to remarks and dismissal. Let me go first. So Reverend Natalie, you prayed us in, you can pray us out. Let me share, wait a minute, one more before that. Let me share the, and I'll drop this into the chat. Donation requests that we talked about at the very top of the presentation. Let this serve as a reminder. I will drop this flyer into the chat. Anybody who's going anywhere near one of the wellness rooms at the AME gatherings, please, please, please help us prepare for the disasters by beginning to accrue the small size toiletry items. The big ones are difficult to ship. They're difficult to move. So small size toiletry items, please drop in the containers that will be in the wellness rooms of our different connectional meetings. If you want to do it at your annual conferences, you want to do it in your local churches, please feel free to do so. And we'll tell you where you can take them in your area so that it's easily accessible. Reverend Natalie, on you. Oh, we have 10 minutes. We're going to finish 10 minutes early, even though we started so far behind. Praise God.
Okay, so we want you to write down some save the dates. The first save the date is our annual Faith-Based Health, Wellness, Nutrition, and Fitness Month Conference. It is a webinar on Zoom. This flyer will go out after this meeting. We will make sure we get it to the CIO and on our website to each one of you. But that is July the 15th, 2023, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our guest speakers, Dr. Scott Stoll, Dr. Columbus Baptiste, coming back with us again because they are leading some of the leading medical doctors in what Reverend Cavaness just talked about, how it help us use more of those foods that grow from the ground and giving us and how it helps to fight disease. We will have Tawana Johnson from the American Cancer Society and Ernestine Walker from Pan Cancer. We have a wonderful partnership we're working on with Understanding Pancreatic Cancer, as well as there might be one other speaker joining us. So please save the date for July the 15th, 2023. The other date that I'd like for you to save, our next, before I jump to September, August is Clergy and Clergy Family Self-Care Month. We will send out information just encouraging clergy and clergy family how to take care of themselves, because as clergy take the lead, also that helps to benefit the congregation. So remember, August is Clergy and Clergy Family Self-Care Month, and information will come out to them. We do not meet the general board, the general meeting of the International Health Commission. We do not meet in July or August, but we will meet again. You want to write down September the 23rd, 2023 will be our general meeting again at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We meet other than the month of July, August, actually June, July, and August, we meet the fourth Saturday of every month at 11 a.m. So you want to write that down so that you'll be there. But the next one will be Saturday, September the 23rd at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And dues are due at this time. We collect our dues during this annual training, and your dues can be paid, as I heard, on PayPal, I guess including Zelle and Cash App. Would that be right, Dr. Burnett and our treasurer?
The best way is to go to www.amechealth.org and click the donate link.
Great, thank you so
I'll
much.
put that in.
All right, thank you for allowing me to share those save the dates.
All right. All hearts and minds are clear. Do we have anything else? Going once. I'm just so happy that we're actually ending early. Thank you all for attending. We will post this for those you know who would want to have been participating but could not. Please know that we will post this to the YouTube channel, and it will take several hours for it to download. But then we will post it to the YouTube channel, and it will flow through to the website. For those that don't know, our YouTube channel has on it almost every webinar that we have done for the past 6 years. So if you need to go back and look at something, all 3 of the Purple Sundays, all of our COVID updates, all of our instructions on how to use the Reopen document, everything that we've done, the farm and garden ministry work is all on our YouTube channel. So feel free to go access, review, look, and then ask questions. Sister Cynthia, I see you unmuted. Is there anything?
Oh, no, ma'am.
All right. Bishop, would you like to close us out, or would you want one of us to do it?
I want one of you to do it, but I just want to thank everyone, especially the hardworking volunteers of the International AME Church Health Commission who donate your time, your talent, and your treasure. We are grateful to you on behalf of the entire AME Church. We are grateful to you. For all of you who have participated and had the benefit today of either sharing with us and learning what you have heard from other presenters or just gleaning from all of this, to God be the glory. Without knowledge, the people perish, and we are not going to perish because we continue to learn so much and apply it to our current situations. To those from the 18th Episcopal District, as your bishop, let me just say thank you, thank you, thank you for your willingness to stay up and to participate tonight. And I pray that worship is well for you tomorrow. Thank you all. And thank you, of course, Dr. Burnett.
Thank you, Bishop, very much. Reverend Mishka Smith and Reverend, what's the new name? Addison will be presenting on Monday night for the National Council of Churches. I have posted that a variety of places, and we'll drop it into the chat just before we leave, about mental health and helping trauma survivors. That's Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the National Council of Churches, USA. Reverend Chaplain Smith, Russell, can you dismiss us, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Barnett. Our hearts and minds Be still. Dear Heavenly God, we thank you for the excellence and wisdom that we have been exposed to today. We thank you for the opportunity for creativity to blossom and flourish, to be able to feed others in our work and our hands and our doing in justice and equity and inclusion. We thank you for the continents and the persons that are represented on this presentation. May well-being and health and wellness be their covering for today and tomorrow and the days to come. May their work be blessed so that they might be blessings to others. May we have Sabbath rest. May we be rejuvenated and revived by what we have heard and learned today, that we might be stalwart workers and advocates and clarion callers to what is in our bones, in our ancestry, in our history, that we may call forth that brilliance and knowledge so that we might match what we are up against in today's society and move forward in security and health. Bless those in leadership, and we thank you for being with us, Holy Spirit, in this place. Hearts and minds in order and at peace. We say amen, ashe, amen, and shalom.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so very much. I have stopped the recording if anybody wants to